I'm Ashraful, Computer Veterinarian in the University.
I, you may be knowing that this particular term One Health has become a buzzword nowadays, and especially after COVID, it has come to a realization of the policymakers that the human health problems are intricately related to animal health, and that environment and other factors also play a very important role. And that is the reason we are now focusing on what is called as One Health, where it's an integrated approach to taking care of issues related to animal as well as human, and then both related to environment.
কিন্তু শেয়ার করা আছে তো
I'm happy that in this conference or workshop, a session has been dedicated to One Health,
ফুল স্ক্রিন শেয়ার করা আছে তো
where
দেখেন না
we will discuss about how the animal
সেটা আপনি
diseases
আরেকটা
are
চেক করেন ওটা
affecting human health. There was a recent report which said that most of the infections in next decade, that is the new infections, would probably emerge from animals. And unless these infections are not prevented in animals, in one or the other form, human health will be affected. So let's start, and I request my colleague, Dr. Naseem Ahmedi, also to start with some open remarks.
Thank you, Dr. Saab. I think very rightly emphasized the need, and without further delay, may I request we have total of 1, 2, 3 speakers in this session. I was told that Professor Dr. Muhammad Saeedur Rahman Sahib, is he here? Okay, so I will invite now the second speaker. First, Dr. Eric Bram, or his representative from EC-TAD, country team leader, FAO of United Nations. He will be apprising us on One Health perspective on AMR and climate change. So Dr. Bram, please.
Good morning. Good morning to the chair, Professor Dr. Abdul Samad and Professor Dr. Naseem Ahmed. I'm delivering this topic on behalf of Dr. Eric Bloom. He expressed his apology. He has one meeting with the FAO at the same time. So anyway, we are in the same team, and I have been working for antimicrobial resistance since 2017. So let's move with the presentation. One thing I would like also like to say that, I'm very much delighted that, my direct teacher, Professor Asarul Haq sir and Professor Mijat Rahman, I was their student in time being. Now I'm privileged that in front of them, I'm sharing my experiences in some areas under one health perspective. So, first slide,
এই জিনিসটা ফুল স্ক্রিন দিতে
it's very common that we are under one animal kingdom, and the antimicrobial resistance that is directly, correlated with the microbes, and microbes, uh, produces diseases for all the animals, including human beings. So second thing, most for concerning the most of the participants, I would like to request here that I can speak in Bangla so that farmer can understand it. So এখানে যেটা ঘটতেছে যে অ্যান্টিমাইক্রোবিয়াল রেজিস্ট্যান্স মূলত অর্গানিজমের মধ্যে হয়, অর্গানিজমের মধ্যে আবার ব্যাকটেরিয়ার মধ্যে আমরা রেজিস্ট্যান্স সবচেয়ে বেশি দেখতে পাই। কেন? তার একটা জরুরি কারণ হচ্ছে যে ব্যাকটেরিয়া কিছু স্পেশাল ক্যারেক্টারিস্টিক্স শো করে। ফর এক্সাম্পল, আমি এই স্লাইডে দেখাতে চাচ্ছি ব্যাকটেরিয়া ইকোলাই যদি রেজিস্ট্যান্ট হয় তাহলে সে কনজুগেশন প্রক্রিয়া খুব দ্রুততম সময়ের মধ্যে সে তার রেজিস্ট্যান্ট জিনটাকে পাস করতে পারে সে নিজের ফ্যামিলির মধ্যেও, সে পাস করতে পারে অন্য যে কোনো আদার স্পিসিস অফ ব্যাকটেরিয়া। এর জন্য এনভায়রনমেন্টে এই এমআর এর প্রক্রিয়াটা বেশ দ্রুত হচ্ছে বলে আমরা 17 সাল থেকে অবজার্ভ করি। আরেকটা ঘটনা হচ্ছে, আমরা যদি এই স্লাইডে তাকাই দেখি যে পপুলেশন গ্রোথ যেটা পৃথিবী, সেটা কিন্তু দিন দিন বাড়তেই আছে এবং খুব রিসেন্টলি পপুলেশন গ্রোথটা একদম অনেক উপরে চলে গেছে এবং পপুলেশনের সাথে সাথে যে ঘটনাটা ঘটতেছে সেই পপুলেশনটাকে খাওয়ানোর জন্য আমাদেরকে প্রচুর পরিমাণে প্রোটিন প্রোডাকশন করতে হবে। বাংলাদেশের জায়গাটা যদি চিন্তা করি তাহলে আমরা দেখি যে বাংলাদেশটা ইউনাইটেড স্টেটস থেকে 33 গুণ বড়, ইন্ডিয়া মানে 3 গুণ ডেনসিটি ইন্ডিয়ার তুলনায়, এবং আমাদের র্যাপিড ইকোনমিক গ্রোথ হচ্ছে, অ্যানিমাল প্রোটিনের একটা ইনক্রিজিং ডিমান্ড হচ্ছে, প্রচুর আরবানাইজেশন হচ্ছে, সঙ্গে সঙ্গে ক্লাইমেট চেঞ্জের ইফেক্টটাও আমাদের মধ্যে আসছে। আমরা বিভিন্ন স্টাডির যে স্লাইডটা দেখতে পাচ্ছি, এখানে দেখলেও আমরা দেখবো যে আমরা হটস্পটের মধ্যেই আছি। এই গঙ্গা এবং গঙ্গা অববাহিত যে এলাকাটা, সেই এলাকাটা ইমার্জিং ডিজিজের জন্য এবং এমআর এর জন্য খুবই একটা রিস্কি জোন হিসেবে পৃথিবীর বিখ্যাত সব বিজ্ঞানীরা। সো নতুন ডিজিজ আসতেছে, কারণগুলাই হচ্ছে এগুলা যে পপুলেশনটা বাড়তেছে, ল্যান্ড ইউজটা বদলে গেছে, আরবানাইজেশনের দিকে যাচ্ছি আমরা, ইন্টেনসিভ লাইফস্টক প্রোডাকশন করতেছি আমরা এখন, ক্লাইমেট চেঞ্জ সেই জায়গাটা আছে, হিউম্যান কনফ্লিক্ট আছে, এবং এখন খুব দ্রুত আমরা ট্রাভেল করতে পারি, এক জায়গা থেকে আরেক জায়গায় যেতে পারি। এক একটা ফ্যাক্টর অ্যান্টিমাইক্রোবিয়াল রেজিস্ট্যান্সের জন্য ভূমিকা রাখে। শুধু যে ওই জায়গাটায় তা না, আমরা দেখলাম যে মোর দেন 70% যে নতুন ডিজিজ আসতেছে সেগুলা অ্যানিমেল থেকেই আমাদের হিউম্যানের মধ্যে আসছে। সেরকম একটা প্রেক্ষাপটে 2018 সালে WHO, FAO এবং ওয়ার্ল্ড অর্গানাইজেশন ফর অ্যানিমাল হেলথ একসাথে কাজ করার জন্য সাইন করেছিল। পরবর্তীতে 22 সালের মার্চ মাসে এসে ইউনাইটেড নেশনসের এনভায়রনমেন্টাল প্রোগ্রামটিও এখানে যুক্ত করা হয়। তো এইখানে এই কোঅপারেশনের আন্ডারে অ্যান্টিমাইক্রোবিয়াল রেজিস্ট্যান্সটাকে 1 নম্বরে রাখা হচ্ছে, এছাড়াও ইমার্জিং এন্ড এন্ডেমিক ডিজিজ এবং ইনফরমেশন শেয়ারিংটাকে রাখা হচ্ছে, স্ট্রেংথেনিং অফ হেলথ সিস্টেম খুব জোর দেওয়া। এর কারণটা যদি আমরা দেখি, তাহলে আমরা দেখি যে আমাদের ডান দিকে উপরের স্লাইডে দেখলে আমরা দেখবো যে আমরা পোল্ট্রির ক্ষেত্রে অ্যান্টিমাইক্রোবিয়াল রেজিস্ট্যান্স বাংলাদেশে আমরা 2018 থেকে 20-22 যে ডাটা দেখেছি, আমরা পরিষ্কার ট্রেন্ড দেখতে পাচ্ছি যে যে অ্যান্টিবায়োটিক গুলো আমরা ব্যবহার করতাম সেগুলো দিন দিন রেজিস্ট্যান্ট হয়ে যাচ্ছে। তো নিচে যদি আমরা দেখি অ্যান্টিবায়োটিকের ব্যবহার, সেই ব্যবহারটাও আমরা রেড জোনের মধ্যেই আছি। যদিও আপনারা জানেন যে একটা চুক্তি হয়েছে যে আগামী 2030 সালের মধ্যে লাইভ স্টকে 30% ইউজ অফ অ্যান্টিবায়োটিক কমায় আনতে হবে। তো সেই জায়গায় আমাদেরকে যেতে হবে, আমাদের এখন অনেক কিছু করার দরকার। এইখানে এখন যে স্লাইডটা আমরা দেখতে পাচ্ছি, এটা হচ্ছে আমাদের এফএও এবং প্রফেসর রহমান স্যার আছেন, স্যারের নেতৃত্বে একটা কমিউনিটি আছে, আমি পরে একটু ডিটেলস বলবো। তো এই কমিউনিটি সবসময় বিভিন্ন রিজিয়ন থেকে স্যাম্পল কালেকশন করে, সেন্সিটিভিটি টেস্ট করা হয় সেগুলো হসপিটাল থেকে এবং পোল্ট্রি ফার্মের যে ল্যাব আছে সেই ল্যাবগুলো থেকে নিয়ে এসে এনপি বায়োগ্রাম তৈরি করা হয়। সেই এনপি বায়োগ্রাম আমরা 2021-22 যেটা করছি, সেখানেও আমরা দেখতে পাচ্ছি যে এই মাত্রা বাড়ছে। এখন রিঅ্যাসেসিং আওয়ার রিলেশনশিপ উইথ মাইক্রো, এটা তো আমরা জানি সবাই যে মোর দেন 99% মাইক্রোব হচ্ছে নন প্যাথোজেন এবং তাদের অবদান টোটাল এনভায়রনমেন্টে খুবই বেশি। আমরা যদি কার্বন সাইকেলে যাই, নাইট্রোজেন সাইকেলে যাই, যেখানেই আমরা হাত দিই, একটা ইম্পর্টেন্ট রোল প্লে করে হচ্ছে মাইক্রো অর্গানিজম। এখন 99%, মোর দেন 99% যে প্যাথোজেন গুলো আছে, যারা নন প্যাথোজেনিক যে অর্গানিজম গুলো আছে, এরা যদি এনভায়রনমেন্টে অ্যাক্টিভ অ্যান্টিমাইক্রোবিয়াল যায় তাহলে ওরাও মারা যাচ্ছে। এই জায়গাটাতে নিয়ে আমরা খুব গরিব যে আমরা ফর এক্সাম্পল পোল্ট্রিতে আমরা যখন অ্যান্টিমাইক্রোবিয়াল ইউজ করি তখন এটা আমরা পানির সাথে দিই, তো মুরগিরা সেটা খায়, ফিসিসের সাথে আবার অ্যাক্টিভ ইনগ্রেডিয়েন্ট লিটারে যাচ্ছে, এনভায়রনমেন্টে যাওয়ার পরে ওদেরকে এই নন প্যাথোজেনকে প্রতিনিয়তই ফাইট করতে হচ্ছে সেই অ্যাক্টিভ ইনগ্রেডিয়েন্ট। এবং এই যে আমি প্রথম যে কনজুগেশন প্রক্রিয়াটা শেয়ার করছিলাম, সেখানে দেখা যায় যে নন প্যাথোজেন যারা আছে তারা বেঁচে থাকার তাগিদে তাদের মধ্য থেকেও রেজিস্ট্যান্স তৈরি হতে পারে এবং তৈরি হয়। এবং এরপরে নন প্যাথোজেন আবার কনজুগেশন প্রক্রিয়া প্যাথোজেনকে খুব দ্রুত সেই রেজিস্ট্যান্সটা পাস করতে পারে, এরকম অনেক এভিডেন্স। তো আমাদের এখানে মেইন চিন্তাটা হচ্ছে, প্রথম পয়েন্ট হচ্ছে এনভায়রনমেন্টকে টিকে রাখার জন্য নন প্যাথোজেনকে কিল করার কোনো প্রক্রিয়ায় যাওয়া যাবে না। আননেসেসারি ইউজ করে আমরা অ্যাক্টিভ ইনগ্রেডিয়েন্ট এনভায়রনমেন্টে দেওয়া টিকা কাটি কিনা একটা কোশ্চেন। ওই জায়গা থেকে আমরা মনে করি যে রেসপন্সিবল ইউজ অফ অ্যান্টিমাইক্রোবিয়ালসটা হচ্ছে একমাত্র সলিউশন। সো এই রেসপন্সিবল ইউজ অফ অ্যান্টিমাইক্রোবিয়ালসকে মাথায় রেখেই 2017 সালে বাংলাদেশ এমন রেসপন্স অ্যালায়েন্স উপস্থিত আছেন এখানে, উনি আমাদের এই গ্রুপের ফাউন্ডার চেয়ারম্যান, মাঝখানে বসা। So this forum was formed under One Health, led by Professor Saidul Rahman sir, and here you can see human doctors, veterinary doctors working together. They did, in 2017, they did one simple antibiogram and became astonished to see what's going on in the lab, but the prescriber, clinician doesn't know that. So immediately they formed this forum, and from April we hired Dr. Idris Lee. She is clinician as well as one expert from WHHP. She came to Bangladesh, and with support from Saidul Rahman sir and other clinicians from Dhaka, they developed one antimicrobial usage guidelines for human clinicians. On the right side, With the support from FAO and WHO experts, scientists and others, we developed one guideline for poultry. So you can see this is a poultry guideline, and this is the mobile phone app for this guideline. So the clinicians can go to the field and see, and get their information for the guideline. This is the human one, and this is the human one. Then it was developed in 2018. Now, COVID, then we set together. No, there was a lot of unjudicial use of antibacterial because of fear in the community. So immediately after COVID, we started another antibacterial development process. And when we got all those data, then an agency, a group that is there, and the clinicians set together and revise the guidelines as per the. Similarly, on the next day, we sat together and they developed their policy guidelines as per the. So after that, the government took a very good initiative and they endorsed the guidelines. Now the guidelines is government, and we call it standard treatment guidelines of policy guidelines. Then we distributed all those guidelines to all the guidelines in the country. We usually do one CELEC, continual educational program, where more than 700, 800 guys come together, and all the speakers from all the countries come and do some sessions on different aspects of the veterinary. So we have one booth for antibacterial resistance, and we distributed these guidelines. Then the next question is, there are some lots of antibacterial used in fish. So we do another initiative. We work together with the Department of Fisheries, World Animal Health, SIPA, Alpha, World Fish, and National Parks in Singapore. And together we develop one guideline for fisheries. Then the last one, for which this workshop is. Then we did one guideline for the prevention, control, and treatment of bacterial, microbial, infectious, and microbial diseases in large areas, including buffalo. So, for drug dose and duration, we use this material. Withdrawal period is a very important issue in terms of antimicrobial resistance. So we try to put withdrawal period for most of the antimicrobial guidelines. So these are the groups. You can see from the government side, in the middle you can see the Director General who inaugurated on first day. He led the process, and you can see our young sir. He was one of the key contributors for developing this large animal guideline. And definitely, Elva was one of the contributors of the role. So we together developed the standard treatment guide. For example, contagious mobile pneumonia, we put for all the diseases one definition, then etiology, then susceptible species, then epidemiology, transmission, and clinical science. And that clinical science includes pictures and explanations. And then necropsy findings. We put all the necropsy findings in the guidelines so that clinicians can take the decision very quickly. The most important one is the differential diagnosis. When we did the poultry guideline, we missed that part. But when we came to develop the large animal guideline, everybody said we need a differential diagnosis. So we did that one. For example, in this case, we try to differentiate from the Then the medication. The medication was very simple, precise, and informative, so that they can go and check in the mobile and take the decision. So medication has two parts. The first choice one, dose, duration, withdrawal period. So and we put as per body weight the dose of the drug. And we mentioned, for example, milk 96 hours and meat 18 to 20 days in case of chlorphenicol. So in that way, for every disease, every organism, we put first choice, one or second one. Then the next choice, second choice, and we always try to put the first choice drug from next to two. Then we go for Second choice from watch group. And for livestock sector, we never use any reserve in this document. And also we put some supportive treatments and prevention and control part of it. So mostly these are the common organisms we address in this guideline. So that's all from our side, we understand, and there was a presentation, big poster, where are the, there are some staphylococcus resistance in staphylococcus in some of the antibiotics. We observed that one, for example, penicillin 100% resistance. So we need to find some other ways and other drugs. And in that case, I strongly believe that this large animal treatment guideline will be a key role and will be a key instrument for the clinicians, veterinary clinicians, to do the treatment to reduce the antimicrobial risk. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, সাগর এটা তো মনে হচ্ছে খালি একটাই আছে না না
Dr. Habibur Rahman.
Now we can take few questions, quickly, one or two questions if you have.
Assalamu alaikum and good morning. Thank you very much for your nice presentation. Sir, you uttered that penicillin is now 100% resistant. So, but we still now see in field it is enormously being used. So, if it is totally resistant, so why don't we can stop production of penicillin or use of penicillin? Or is there any regulations the government are doing to stop penicillin using in field level? Thank you, sir.
Thank you. The first question is, it's not that the government law to declare that we should stop penicillin. It's not like that. The relation is very precise. Then mentioned this is staphylococcus in milk, and that staphylococcus is resistant 100% to penicillin. But other organisms are sensitive. So always the clinician should consider that what is the organism and what is the resistance status right now. So that's why that guideline is very important. In that guideline, there is our argumentation of antibiotics. And we put all the sensitive antibiotics. So clinicians check which drug is now sensitive. This is a natural process, sir. If we use those antibiotics are sensitive now, if we use that antibiotic, time will come. They are gain resistant. Then we can go for next sensitive. That's why we need regular surveillance of AMR. That's why we need the veterinary to understand what's happening in the environment and then develop or revise the guidelines.
See, usually these guidelines are recommendatory in nature. And ultimately, it is the decision of the practicing vet or the physician to take a call on it and decide what kind of antibiotic or other drug. Any other question? We can take one more question.
Thank you, Dr. Habib. I have one inquiry. How many percent of contagious going pneumonia presence in the dairy farms or in the buffalo farm? Have any idea or how many percent of know? And second question is, actually I have one project about that contagious going pneumonia in last 2 years ago. But I got some cases, but I failed to treat recovery all the animals. Because they're very suffering, not only contact with pneumonia, along with this, another disease they can affect, respiratory distress or sometimes lameness or sometimes other things. So, no on antibiotics at that time, no effective. But you mentioned your recommendation that oxytetracycline or tylosin, chlorphenicol, yeah, yeah, yeah. But in available in market, chlorphenicol is not so many, not available in the market in injector form or in the oral form. Only some eye drop or sometimes that kind of possible. So what is your solution at that time? It will get affected.
Being a good clinician, it's a good question. So it was discussed during the development. First thing is it is teamwork. So Paratha, Vijansa, and other renowned veterinary practitioners gathered together and did this one. So first thing in veterinary sector, the problem is that still we don't have extensive laboratory services. So with very scanty cases, we do the culture and we get the sensitivity report. So without knowing the microorganisms, so specific treatment is difficult. But yes, we are doing one empirical treatment. We have some ideas in this region, what are the most probable categories for this disease. This is one thing. Second thing is, it was discussed that short medical is, very active for this case, but it is not in the market. Then most of the boards take that reason clinicians put it here. The market can understand we need so many help. When there is demand for this active drug, the market will revise their policy. They will come for the active one. So the clinicians best to decide which antibiotic will be in the market. Not the company. Company should not decide what antibiotic you will use. Not just that. You should find your choice of drug and then company will make it available. In that way, we're trying to make the changes, but we know it's very difficult, but we need to move positively, and we hope that because our merchants are very active and it was very strong. So we are working together. We have lots of challenges, but in our heart, we believe that we can move in a positive way. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. I think, we should also realize that we always pay attention to bacterial infection. But after lumpy, we realize that viral diseases are also equally important and need to be taken. See, what has happened in Western countries, because they follow a system of cutting and compensating the farmers. So therefore, they also have policy of detection and which is not possible here. So in India, then, because of the pressure from the government of India, we realized that we will have to come up with some protocol, even for viral infection. So I have given a webinar on lumpy skin disease, even to our colleagues here. And in India, we developed a protocol where even started using antivirals. And recently, I attended an outbreak in those, where there was severe pneumonia and mortality. And I realized that those were all because of viral infections, and antibiotic would not be useful. Fortunately, we had one colleague in Aligarh Muslim University who had developed nano-methylene group, which is known to be a broad spectrum antiviral. So I got some methylene group from him and he used in those goats. And surprisingly, within a day, 3 doses in one day, I could find the mortality. So we'll have to, I think, broaden our treatment approach and also think about antiviral treatment, which is not very common in it. With this, we move on to the next speaker. I would, yeah. Yeah, it's my pleasure and honor to invite Dr. Mohammed Saeedur Rahman, who is Chairman Department of Pharmacology of Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman University. He will be addressing on antibiotic resistance and lethal outcome in living being, the burning issue to resolve. So over to you, Doctor.
Thank you, sir. Honored Chairman, Co-Chairman, all members of the audience. I'm Saeedur Rahman, as I'm already introduced. I'm working in the Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujib Medical University, actually. Premier Medical University, the only university that offers postgraduate medical degrees in Bangladesh. I have a clear declaration before, as I always say, before initiating or talking on drugs or medicine, that I'm a disclaimer, because I've never received any support from any of the pharmaceutical industry, because I talk on a number of issues which are really have a clear conflict, and therefore the views expressed in this presentation is absolutely based on science, and there is available evidences, and that is not influenced by any opposition. This is prepared for this particular workshop with minor modifications, because I'm talking on these issues for the last 2 decades, so there are very few to add, so you may find something which is very common or you have already. So why we need to talk about antimicrobial use and consumption? Why do we need to talk? Because of this clear correlation, because of this, we know that there's increasing use, there's increasing resistance. And that was actually first evidence through a rigorous study in Europe, where it was observed that the Netherlands and Denmark, they're using lesser antibiotic and therefore their resistance is low. Whereas on the other hand, in the Europe, Portugal and Spain, they're using higher antibiotic, their consumption is high and therefore resistance is also high. Later on, very recently, there's a huge study that's released, published in the Lancet that correlates the death attributable to the MR. And that's really a very important one, because why we're talking about this issue more importantly after this COVID, they showed that death attributable to the AMR reactive, they've calculated is around 21.5% in our part of the world. And if you look at this issue, that is, if you look at from North America, North Africa, Middle East, Southeast, Latin America, we are almost higher. That is, they're related to AMR or attributable to AMR in the globe we are leading. Just sub-Saharan Africa is there's higher number than our part of the world. So South Asia is really, as already explained by Dr. Habib, that is actually we are at a vulnerable point. That is also later on evidenced by this great study. So as we said already, that is death is because of AMR. That means we are consuming or we are using antimicrobial higher. So we have studied this, how much antimicrobials are being consumed here. And this great study conducted from over a period of approximately 7 years will show that data of 6 years, 5 years complete data and 6th year is under review. If you look at this in 2015 it was 18.48, later on it increased to 24, reduced to 21 again, then it reduced to 20, 24, and in 2020 it was 25.4. That is just during COVID. At the peak of the COVID, it was 2020, it was 25.34 per 1,000 population in Bangladesh. But the most striking feature is, if we consider that, on the globe, where do we stand? We stand, if you look at, we are just below some of very few countries, like 3 or 4 countries. We are around 5th or 7th globally regarding use of antimicrobials. And of those, Mongolia is highest because of their, that is because of animal sector actually, not because of human consumption. So Mongolia is on the top solely because of their consumption in animal health in general. But after COVID, this antimicrobial consumption situation is really alarming. All of us know that during COVID, we used antimicrobial with a panic and indiscriminately because of a lot of other reasons, as we didn't have any options at that time. You'll be surprised to see it was only 25.3 in 2020, and it is now double. Though it is not a confirmed data, but in 2021, because it is being reviewed as because of its high number, it is 57.5 DDT. This is a preliminary finding of 2021. So how antimicrobial consumption is more than double in 1 year, that's really a great question. And if it is really so, what will be the consequence? As we have already observed in 2019, there is a death attributable to AMR is much higher in this part. If the use already doubled it in 2021, what will be the consequences? Actually, where do we stand now? And in order to contain those stuffs, as they already mentioned, that WHO has proposed enough idea, that is access to a reserve, they categorize antimicrobial in different ways. Whether how much that is actually being followed and how much that is being actually already in the academia, that's really a difficult question, but that is the proposal. And we just wanted to review the consumption pattern of Bangladesh, that is antimicrobial consumption in Bangladesh. What is the pattern? This is really alarming. If you look at this red, watch, we are using watch group of antimicrobial gradually higher. That means we're taking much risk. Whereas the situation was supposed to be the other hand, it is because this access group was supposed to increase, and we are supposed to protect our reserve group and watch group to a lesser degree. So we are actually moving on the opposite direction according to the science. Science is encouraging us to prescribe access group more and protect reserve and watch. Whereas in Bangladesh, we are practicing more watch group or using more watch group, as well as if you look at this reserve, that is also increased from almost to 0% to almost 5%. That is also alarming. So what science suggests, what WHO and other bodies they propose, we actually we are not adhering to those proposals of scientific recommendations right at this moment. As already the chair mentioned about, these are already recommendations only guidelines are not an obligation for it to discover. That is one of the vulnerability. That is a regulation and guideline. These are different. This one is an obligation, and the other one is actually voluntary. We can adhere to or we can deny. Regarding animal health, you know much better, and it was possibly already discussed. But I just want to mention that possibly you are aware about the study that is because there's a very recent study in 2023. The median flock TI, all of you know about it, was 60 and 58 for broilers and Sonali. That means indicating the birds were treated around 60% and 58% of their lifetime with an antimicrobial dose. So really approximately 60% of their lifetime they receive antimicrobial. So this is a study published that is to me it was really good study and published very recently. So possibly this is reflecting. You know much better than me on this issue. I'm just using your data. So if this is the pattern, what is the situation in the market? That is the pharmaceutical market of the country. The highest sold drug is alimentary tract and metabolism, but the second highest is antimicrobial. Of the whole market, all of us know that we have around 35,000 crore taka market, approximately 43,000 crore taka market, of which 18% is antimicrobial. So this is really alarming. Now, in any of the consideration, this is alarming, and all of us know that both antimicrobials already are not effective anymore. We name that as the listed. How we are using antimicrobial? In the government health facilities, I'm a physician in the background. Now I'm I've never practiced. Well, this is if we look at this in primary care, that is in the Upazila and below, 35% encounters they receive antimicrobial. Almost 1/3 of that. For every 1 in 3 encounter, they receive antimicrobial. And they are receiving 2 to 3 days course. That's a very interesting one. Though this study is a little bit older one, but this is still almost going on a similar situation. On some occasion, DGHs they claim that they are providing for 5 days. Possibly this is not consistent or uniform all over the country. They're providing for 2 to 3 days on some occasion and for 5 to 7 days on some occasion. And no patient visit on the suggested day to take a refill. That's great. That's alarming. Because if we visit any of the day in any Upazila and ask 400 patients, that is, have you ever, any of them came here to refill their antimicrobial they received 2 to 3 days back? It has never happened. If we look for ARI, that's the commonest disease, one of the commonest diseases that we are treating in our facility, and we will be surprised to see that, as already mentioned, that guideline we really are not adhering to. Only 33% of the patients admitted are receiving their treatment according to the guideline. So only 1/3, as I already mentioned, that is 1/3 of the prescriptions are adhering to the standard treatment guideline for ARI. That's an elective seizure. That's very common condition, very the clear recommendation for last 40 or 50 years that is what the antimicrobial should be used for elective seizure. And it was really interesting to note that in 3 different tertiary care and special hospitals in Bangladesh, that different combinations are being used. Even in the same hospital, in 2 units, they are prescribing differently. So there's no guideline or there's no consensus among using selection of antimicrobial in elective seizure. That is uncomplicated. Elective seizure is really a clear case where there's very little indication of using antimicrobial. There are different combinations, as I mentioned, cephalosporin plus metronidazole, different kind of the 3rd generation metro. There are other combinations, but single dose, that is the recommendation for elective seizure, is only 1%. So if we look at 3 major hospitals of the country, and if we look at the use of antimicrobial in those cesarean, elective cesarean sections, only 1% of these cesarean sections, they are receiving single dose antimicrobial, which is considered sufficient for protecting person while they're undergoing through this surgery. If you look at BSMM, that's the highest ethical body where I work there. If you look at different facilities in internal medicine, that 47% of them admitted patients are getting antimicrobial. For surgery, it's 78.5. Obs-and-Gyn, it is 81, and in pediatrics, 46. On the whole, in BSMM, which is around 60% of the patients are receiving antimicrobial when they're admitted. If you look at outpatient department, in their internal medicine, they receive 36%. For surgery, they receive 23. Obs-and-Gyn 13, and in pediatric outpatient, there is 37%. So it is generally an outdoor, only 23% patients are receiving antimicrobial. So it is quite high in the inpatient, and it is obviously general, as it is a referral hospital, they're treating complicated patients and therefore using antimicrobial more. But how much of those antimicrobial, having all facilities in place, how much of the antimicrobial selection are being supported by laboratory evidence? That is a great question. In internal medicine, only 30% of the prescriptions are being supported by, and in surgery only 12%, and in obs-gyn 13%, and in pediatrics 32%. So having all laboratory facilities in place, and even then, they are actually in total, only 22% of the antimicrobial selection are being supported by lab evidence in BSMM. But how antimicrobial are being consumed here in Dhaka? Possibly lots of people are from Dhaka, so you know that it is easy to buy antimicrobial from any of the pharmacies. If you look at that, if you go to any pharmacy and try to buy a ciprofloxacin, on 100% cases you'll be successful to buy a ciprofloxacin. But if you go as the patient with insomnia and try to buy diazepam, only 9%. That is the situation in Dhaka. That's a research thesis article. Actually, whole Dhaka is covered. So only 9% occasion you'll be able to buy diazepam. That means the drug seller, they perceive diazepam a safe agent, antimicrobial a safe agent, and diazepam they consider it risky. So can you imagine if a person takes diazepam? I'm not actually minimizing the adverse effect of diazepam, but if someone is taking diazepam and becoming dependent or alter their sleeping pattern or anything happens to them, that is limited to a single individual. So if someone is taking diazepam, because if that causes any harm, that cause is limited to one individual. And that is being perceived as a serious drug causing much harm. Whereas, if someone is taking ciprofloxacin, any individual actually not putting himself only on this, is actually exposing the whole world, as all of us know already. That is, if someone is taking a single molecule of antimicrobial microbe, there is any interaction between a molecule and the microbe, there is a possibility of development of a process through which the microbe will get the technique, learn the technique to survive. So ciprofloxacin or any of the antimicrobial being so risky, we are considering that safe. Whereas diazepam, though it has got risk, but it is only for 1%, but we are considering that as a risk. And that is why there are certain occasions we recommend that let us educate. What we are trying to do actually today, we are trying to educate, but education is the issues. There are lots of evidences in medical courses. It was observed that very little attention are being there on antimicrobial resistance in MBBS courses or even in the postgraduate courses. So it is around 1 to 2% only. But if we ask the physician, do you really think that you prescribe antimicrobial more than the actual need? Almost half, 51% prescribers agree that yes, we really prescribe more antimicrobial than the actual need. That's really good point, because that means the physicians of the Bangladesh are really aware about the situation, and if they really be supported by the scientific evidences and the resource logistics, they may correct this overuse of antimicrobial. The proportion of physicians agreeing is a good indication that education intervention might be effective. So what is the consequence of this indiscriminate use, buying antimicrobial without prescription and all this stuff? This is alteration in the sensitivity pattern, as already mentioned. I'm just referring to the latest one that cover almost more than 1 million data of Bangladesh that captures the number of samples 1.303 million, of which, if you look at E. coli, MDR is almost 60%. If you look at Staph aureus, it is multi-drug resistant is 46%. It is Klebsiella multi-resistant 60%. And if you look at this, is Captura is covering whole country. If you look at a single laboratory like DSMNO, that handling the complicated cases and that is more resistant cases, then the situation is really more alarming. If you look at this Klebsiella, only 2.8% are colistin is the lowest, except colistin. Klebsiella is resistant against all other antimicrobial, more than 86%. Really, really alarming. My BSN মধ্যে যখন Klebsiella পাওয়া যায় তার 86% colistin ছাড়া অন্য কোন লাগে sensitive না. So whenever we look at nationally, that is a little bit we may have some little compression that we are really still we have options. But if you look at the larger hospitals where the really serious patients are coming to, and their sensitivity pattern is really alarming. If we look at tracheal expiratory, that is usually collected from the ICU setting, that is more alarming. Almost same. Only 3% are colistin is resistant, but rest of the cases is 88% resistant against all other antimicrobials. So whenever there is Klebsiella, whether it is from any of the sample, any sample in the BSMMO lab, or it is from tracheal expiratory, they are, except colistin, they are resistant to more than 80% in all cases. This is an ICU setting. It's an increasing pattern of resistance available. MDR is increasing in ICU, as all of us know. But this is the reason why I am here. One health consideration. That is the point why I am talking about on your present. It is really very interesting. Whenever any of my colleagues heard that I'm attending a Buffalo or other health conference, they're surprised to know that. Why you are going there? What is actually your relevance with that topic? Being a pharmacologist, why you are going there? So that is the one health consideration is the major point. That is a point of convergence actually. Because the sensitivity pattern, if you look at the duck and pigeon, salmonella typhi, all isolates are resistant against tetracycline, as you already know about it. And these are sensitive against azithromycin and ciprofloxacin. Similarly, if we look at the raw milk of jasur, most isolates are resistant to amoxicillin, ceftriax, and azithromycin, but minimum resistant against cipro and nalidixic acid, that is the quinolone derivatives. So human and chicken gut microbes, they share different mobile resistant genes. That is our point of concern actually, because that is being transferred from human to the chicken gut to human. This high exchange frequency is really dangerous because there is this genetic material transfer will transfer the resistant code to human or from human to other animals. So these are really actually connected with an interface, that is environment. So human and other animals are connected with an interface where we can actually get infected from the microbes receiving genetic material from animal, or animal can transfer the receive microbes genetic material from our. So this is a connectivity or link between the human, animal, and environment, and that is why we talk on the same platform, and we are trying to address this issue. If we talk about One Health is mostly visible on antimicrobial resistance because we consider we may link other areas as well for One Health purpose, but the resistance is the most important issue where convergence is more obvious. Because here we can see that how people are getting connected, the human and animal are connected. So this is the point of convergence, as I already said. And antimicrobials are truly societal. That means that, as I already said, that other drugs are targeting one individual, changes in one individual. That is, if I take an drug for asthma, আমি যদি সেটা খাই, আমার যদি এটা ড্রাগটা কাজ না করে, এটা আমার মধ্যে কাজ করবে। There's no, আমি ট্রান্সফার করবো না যে এই ড্রাগটা অন্য মানুষের মধ্যে ইনফেক্টিভ হয়ে যাবে না। But whenever I take any antimicrobial, আমি যদি আমার শরীরের কোনো ব্যাকটেরিয়া যদি ওটার বিরুদ্ধে বাঁচার টেকনিক শিখে ফেলে, তাহলে থেকে ট্রান্সফার করতে পারবে টু আদার মাইক্রোব, যেটা অন্য মানুষকে ইনফেক্ট করতে পারবে। So it is a true societal drug. অন্যান্য সব ড্রাগ একজনকে টার্গেট করে কাজ করে ইন জেনারেল। ইভেন যদি কোনো জেনেটিক অল্টারেশন করে, এটাও 25 বছর লাগবে টু গেট ট্রান্সফার টু নেক্সট জেনারেশন। বাট এইখানে কিন্তু এটা ট্রুলি সোসাইটাল ড্রাগ অ্যান্টিমাইক্রোবিয়াল। তো আমরা আসলে মনে করছি যে আমরা প্রায় সম্ভবত উই আর এট দ্য এন্ড অফ দ্য জাস্ট ওয়ার্ল্ড, বিকজ we have already just encountered a COVID pandemic. Now the scientists are considering AMR also as an ongoing pandemic. And এরকম যদি চলতে থাকে আর কিছুদিন পরে আসলে the historians they will say that, well, you know, আসলে একসময় পৃথিবীতে নাকি ডাক্তার অ্যান্টিবায়োটিক নামে ওষুধ ব্যবহার করত। অলমোস্ট ওই জায়গায় চলে আসছে আমরা, যখন বলবে মানুষ যে পৃথিবীতে নাকি অ্যান্টিবায়োটিক নামে এক ধরনের ড্রাগ ছিল, ডাক্তারও তখন ইনফেকশন রিলেটেড ডাক্তার দিয়ে ভালো করতো। আমরা এটাকে ইতিহাস যদি বানাই ফেলতে না চাই অ্যান্টিবায়োটিককে, তাহলে আসলে আমাদের একটু সাবধান হওয়া দরকার। মানে আমরা যেন চুপচাপ এটা না দেখি এইভাবে।
আমার বলার কিছু ছিল না, আমার বলার কিছু ছিল না,
আমরা কি চেয়ে চেয়ে দেখবো না, তাই না? We need to take initiative. Just initiative is there. আমি যেহেতু বিএসএম আমরা বিএসএম বাংলাদেশে প্রথম গাইডলাইন করছি অ্যান্টিমাইক্রোবিয়াল। This is available online, that is dynamic, responsive to the alteration in the sensitivity factor. Already Bangladesh is one of the very few countries in the world who incorporated ever categorization in the national formula. So we have already took this as a serious one.
Is it kilo? এটা এটা টেস্ট না, এটা ক্যাপসুলেশন নাকি?
I'm just 5 minutes.
না ঠিক আছে স্যার, টাইম আছে।
আমি বাংলায় কমফোর্টেবল বেসিক্যালি, বাট আমি দেখো যে ইংরেজিতে বলতে সেই জন্য, বাট আমি বেসিক্যালি বাংলায় বলাই পছন্দ করি। Some other people who actually might not understand Bangla. I'm basically a full time Bangla.
I'm glad that you're giving them, messages in the local language also.
Just trying. Okay.
I think in the meantime, we can take some questions. Before that, I'd like to give my own personal experience through occasions. Very much related to what we are talking about.
ও ওনার
10 years back, I had
ব্ল্যাক ছিল, ওনার স্লাইড টাইপ ব্ল্যাক ছিল। ও
and after that, the surgeon who was known to be of about 5-6 people. Because the days are
blank ছিল।
earlier also to
কারণ পরেরটা দোকানে ছিল।
with prescription I went home and I told it off. I said I will not take any antibiotic. Okay. He called me after 1 week, so I went to him, saw my wound and other things. And he said, fine, you take another course for 5 days and come back. 5 days again I told it off. I did not take antibiotic. Came back, showed him the wound. It had excellent healing. So I told him, doctor, the problem is you are a very good surgeon. Your operation theater is so good, but you don't believe in yourself. And that I did not take any antibiotics you gave me. So please don't prescribe antibiotics. You are a very good surgeon. The second instance is, we had a small meeting with a children's hospital nearby in Bombay. Very well known Warrior Children's Hospital. So the pediatrician was discussing, and I was showing him my facilities. So what I was doing there was I was preparing, bovine colostrum powder. So I just told him the experiment I was doing with, in the hospital. So she got interested. She said, can you give me some powder? I gave her powder, and she classified children into two groups. One group, she said, she did not give any antibiotic for that. And another group, she will give only bovine colostrum. And she reported to me after 3 months that the ward where she was using bovine colostrum and no antibiotic, the recovery rate was much faster, and the inpatient days were also doing this. I think you're very right that many times you will have to revert to a situation where you should give time to the body to develop immunity and repair itself. I think mostly what we have developed in our mind that we are treating the disease. No, we should allow the body to treat itself. We should only support it. So with that, if we can have a question or so you can continue if you want.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. So these two experiences really reflecting our situation as well. So what I am talking about is there are lots of initiatives of which some are like educational, there are regulatory initiatives, and all of us know that Bangladesh Parliament, the first antibiotic bill, we know about that. We know about another legal tool that High Court bans antibiotic for cows without prescription. These are all legislative and regulatory measures, and of which DGTA, they would drawn 34 antibiotics veterinary use, which are critically important for human. মানুষের জন্য যেটা খুবই প্রয়োজনীয় এই ধরনের 34টা অ্যান্টিবায়োটিককে ভেটেরিনারি থেকে সরানো হচ্ছে। পৃথিবীতে কিন্তু বাংলাদেশ one of the very few countries পৃথিবীতে যারা এই কাজটা করতে পেরেছে। তো বাংলাদেশ অনেক ধরনের আমি যেগুলো বললাম যে ন্যাশনাল ফর্মুলারিতে অ্যাওয়ার প্রিন্সিপাল ঢুকানো এটা ব্যাপারে বাংলাদেশ প্রথম বিএসএম এ বাংলাদেশের মানে অলমোস্ট আমরা কম্পেয়ার করার মতো না আপনি মনে করেন যে কোনো জায়গাতে আমেরিকাতে যদি বলেন হার্ভার্ড জন হপকিন্স মায়ো ক্লিনিক ওরা যেরকম গাইডলাইন করে আমাদের দেশেও আমাদের ইউনিভার্সিটি গুলো প্রথমে গাইডলাইন করে put an example of that dynamic one responsive to the sensitivity the change হলে ওখানে সেটা চেঞ্জ হয় রিফ্লেক্টেড হয়। So there are lots of regulatory intervention. এরপর যেটা খুবই সহজ হয়েছে সেটা হচ্ছে লাল রং। আমরা এটা আসলে বলতে পারছি না যথেষ্ট। এটা একটা খুবই সোজা জিনিস আমাদেরকে অ্যান্টিবায়োটিক দেওয়ার সময় এখন ডিফিকাল্ট যদি মানুষ জানে যে লাল রং যে লেভেলে থাকে ওটা অ্যান্টিবায়োটিক অন্য কোথাও লাল রং কিন্তু নাই। সেই একটা কমন জিনিস জানলে সাধারণ মানুষ কিন্তু আসলে আর ওইভাবে অ্যান্টিবায়োটিক দিবে না চাইলেও দোকানদাররা যেভাবে চাইলে আমরা যখন আধা ঘন্টা কথা বলবো দেশে 2 লাখ দোকান আছে 2 লাখ দোকানে যদি আধা ঘন্টা একজন রোগীকে অ্যান্টিবায়োটিক দিতে 2 লক্ষ মানুষকে কিন্তু অ্যান্টিবায়োটিক দেওয়া হয়ে গেছে উইদাউট কনসালটেশন অফ এগ্রিকালচার। মানে কোন ডাক্তারের পরামর্শ ছাড়াই আধা ঘন্টার সময়ের মধ্যে অন্তত 2 লক্ষ মানুষ অ্যান্টিবায়োটিক দেওয়া হয়ে গেছে। তাহলে এই জিনিসটা কমে আসতো যদি এই কথাটা প্রচার পেত আসলে লাল রং মানে অ্যান্টিবায়োটিক এটা ডাক্তারের পরামর্শ ছাড়া খেলে আপনি শুধু আপনার নিজেকেই না আপনার পরিবার এবং আপনার বাচ্চা এমনকি সারা পৃথিবীর সবাইকেই ঝুঁকির মধ্যে ফেলছে। এই সাধারণ একটা কথা আমরা আসলে বলতে পারলাম না সারা দেশে, তবে ভালো জিনিস অন্তত লালটা হয়ে গেছে। এটা একটা সাজা ব্যবস্থা হচ্ছে প্রেসক্রিপশন ছাড়া অ্যান্টিবায়োটিক ব্যবহার করলে 20,000 টাকা জরিমানা। এটা কিন্তু পরিষ্কার আইনে দেখেন আপনারা এটা ঔষধের কসমেটিক্স 2023। তো আমাদের দেশে এখন আমরা বলছি শিক্ষা হয়েছে পার্লামেন্টে হয়েছে হাইকোর্টে হয়েছে সরাসরি আইন পাস হয়েছে সাজার ব্যবস্থা হয়েছে লেভেল লাল হয়েছে মানে যেটা লক্ষ ইনিশিয়েটিভ কিন্তু তারপরও আসলে আমরা অ্যান্টিবায়োটিক রেজিস্ট্যান্স কন্টেইন করার জন্য মানুষের মধ্যে যে অ্যাওয়ারনেস এবং মানুষের মধ্যে যে প্রেসক্রিপশন অ্যান্টিবায়োটিক কেনা অন্যান্য সেক্টরে অ্যান্টিবায়োটিক যেটা আপনারা হ্যান্ডেল করেন সেখানে অ্যান্টিবায়োটিকের ব্যবহার এই বিষয়গুলো কিন্তু আসলে খেয়াল করেন কত সেই গাইডলাইন থেকে শুরু করে ফর্মুলারি থেকে শুরু করে লাল রং পার্লামেন্ট হাইকোর্ট আলটিমেটলি ল তৈরি হয়ে আছে কিন্তু স্টিল আমরা আসলে অনেক ভালো কিছু করে উঠতে পারতেছি না। এটা হচ্ছে আমাদের জন্য একটু দুঃখের কথা। এমনকি বইতে ঢুকানোর চেষ্টা করা হচ্ছে আপনারা এবার জানেন যে এবার আমরা টেক্সট বুকে ঢুকানোর কথা আলাপ করছি আমরা আশা করছি যে এটা 2025 না হলেও 26-এর টেক্সট বইতে বাংলাদেশে আমরা বলছি স্কুলে প্রায় 12-15 লক্ষ ছাত্রছাত্রী একটা ক্লাসে থাকে যদি একটি পাতা অ্যান্টিবায়োটিক রেজিস্ট্যান্সের ভয়াবহতা সম্পর্কে লেখা থাকে এই 10-12 লক্ষ বাচ্চাকে বাসায় নিয়ে যাবে এবং তার পরিবারের মাধ্যমে সারা দেশে যদি শুধু ক্লাস 6 থেকে 10 পর্যন্ত বই এটা থাকে আমরা মনে করি 2 বছরের মধ্যে দেশের 18 কোটি মানুষ উইল বি অ্যাওয়্যার অ্যাবাউট দিস কনসেপ্ট। এইটার কি ভয়াবহতা এটা ব্যবহারের ফলে কার ঝুঁকি কিভাবে ঝুঁকি যিনি বিক্রি করেন ওনারও ঝুঁকি ওনার বাচ্চা আগামীতে আক্রান্ত ইনফেক্টেড হতে পারে এমন একটা ব্যাকটেরিয়া দিয়ে যেটা উনি ট্রিট করতে পারবেন না অসহায়ভাবে দেখতে হবে। সো এই এডুকেশনের জন্য চেষ্টা করা হচ্ছে এবং সেখানে একটা বড় রিসার্চ হয়েছে আমাদের একটা থিসিস হয়েছে বাংলাদেশে কম্বাইন্ড মিলিটারি হসপিটাল সবচেয়ে স্ট্রং যাদের আমরা ল্যাবরেটরি মনে করি সেখানে করা এই স্টাডিটা আমাদের একজন মেজর আমার এখানে ডিগ্রি করতে আসছিল নাইট্রোফোরেন্ট্রেন্স আমরা কাজটা করে দেখেছি যে মিলিটারি হসপিটালের ওনারা কোহর্টটা ফিক্স মানে একই রোগী তো ওনাদের মধ্যে দেখা যাচ্ছে ওনাদের বলা হচ্ছে যে নাইট্রোফোরেন্টয়েনকে আপনারা ব্যবহার শুরু করেন ইন কেস অফ সিপ্রোফ্লক্সাসিন ইন আনকমপ্লিকেটেড ইউটিআই। কারণ সেন্সিটিভিটিতে তখন আনকমপ্লিকেটেড ইউটিআইতে সিপ্রো সেন্সিটিভিটি ইকুয়ালাইতে ধীরে ধীরে রেজিস্ট্যান্স বাড়তেছিল আর স্ট্যাটিক ছিল নাইট্রোফোরেন্টয়েন। যখন তাদেরকে বলা হলো, দেখা গেল যে এর আগে এটা ছিল সিপ্রোফ্লক্সাসিনের সেন্সিটিভিটি ছিল 49% এর নিচে, তারপরে যখন প্রেসক্রাইবিং চেঞ্জ করা হলো 6 মাসের মধ্যে সেটা কনসিস্টেন্টলি অ্যাবাভ 50। মানে আমরা বলছি যে 6 মাস যদি একটা ড্রাগকে দূরে সরানো হয়, একটা জেনারেশন মাইক্রোবস তৈরি হয়ে যায় যারা স্মৃতিতে এটা নাই। মানে যারা এটার বাঁচার শিখেছিল, এটা টেকনিক শিখেছিল টু ফাইট এন্ড টু সার্ভাইভ এগেইনস্ট সিপ্রোফ্লক্সাসিন, দ্যাট জেনারেশন অফ মাইক্রোবস এর পপুলেশন অর নাম্বার গ্র্যাজুয়ালি কমতে থাকে। সো আস্তে আস্তে মাইক্রোবস বিকাম সেলফ-লিভিং এগেইন। সো ইটস একটা কাইন্ড অফ লুকোচুরি খেলা, যে যারা ওকে চিনে ফেলে ওকে আমরা একটু সরিয়ে আনি কিছুদিনের জন্য অন্যটা দিয়ে। মানে আমি সোজা করে বলি, যদি কারো মাথায় আঘাত করলে তাকে মারা যায়, সে ব্যাকটেরিয়াটা তখন হেলমেট পরা শিখে ফেলে। And then আমরা বলি যে না, ওকে পেটে ছুরি মেরে মারে, এরকম একটা অ্যান্টিবায়োটিক ব্যবহার করি যদি কিছুদিন, তাহলে হয় কি তার মাথায় হেলমেট আছে কিন্তু পেটে ছুরি খাওয়ার কারণে ওরা মারা যেতে থাকে। অর্থাৎ হোল পপুলেশনে হেলমেট ওলা ব্যাকটেরিয়ার সংখ্যা কমে যায়। এরপর মাথায় আঘাত করলে আপনি তখন দেখবেন যে ব্যাকটেরিয়াগুলো ওই যে হেলমেট ছাড়া ব্যাকটেরিয়ার সংখ্যা তখন বেড়ে গেছে। তো আমাদেরকে এই মাথায় আঘাত করে, পেটে আঘাত করে, বুকে আঘাত করে, বিভিন্ন জায়গায় ব্যাকটেরিয়া কাজ করে, এগুলোকে যদি ইন্টারচেঞ্জেবলি আমরা মাঝে মাঝে ব্যবহার করে এই লুকোচুরি খেলি, এটা আমাদের সায়েন্টিস্টদেরকে উইল গিভ সাম টাইম টু innovate new approach. As honorable chair was talking about, there are lots of other approaches now are being tried, যেগুলো অ্যান্টিবায়োটিক ছাড়া অন্যান্য কি কি ভাবে আসলে মাইক্রোবসের সাথে যুদ্ধটা চালানো যায়। So we need to give them time, and এই টাইম কেনার একটা রাস্তা হচ্ছে এই ধরনের লুকোচুরি খেলা, এবং it is supported by evidence. It was a big study handling 27,000 samples, positive equalized samples. So it's a huge study. The evidence is quite strong. So it হলো আমরা skipping the memory of the microbe. আমরা ওর স্মরণ শক্তি, ওর যে মনে রাখা, এটাকে স্কিপ করে দিতে চাই, ভুলিয়ে ঘোরার একটা সময় দিতে চাই। তো নতুন ব্যাকটেরিয়া তৈরি করে এই সময় পেলে নতুন মলিকুল আসবে। এবারে স্কুলে যদি ভর্তি করা হয়, মানে বইতে লেখা হয়, একটা স্টাডি দেখা যায় যে যদি ডাক্তার এবং দোকানদারদের প্রশিক্ষণ দেওয়া হয় তাহলে অ্যান্টিব্যাকটেরিয়াল বিক্রি কমে হচ্ছে 6%। যদি প্রচুর মাইকিং করা হয়, পোস্টার লাগানো হয়, মানে ক্যাম্পেইন করা হয়, তাহলে সেটা কমে 12%। আর ওই আরেকটা ইউনিয়নে স্কুলের বাচ্চাদেরকে স্টিকার দেওয়া হয়েছিল বাসায় নিয়ে যাওয়ার জন্য, সেখানে অ্যান্টিব্যাকটেরিয়ালের কনজাম্পশন কমেছিল 32%। দিস ইজ ক্লিয়ার এভিডেন্স যে প্রোভাইডারকে এডুকেট করলে, মানে আপনাদের মতো আমরা প্রোভাইডারকে অনেক এডুকেট করলে উনি বুঝেন, উনি কিন্তু আসলে জানেন এক ধরনের যেটা ঝুঁকিপূর্ণ। এটা উনি ওই যে যেটা বলতে মশা মারতে কামান লাগা, উনি কোনো ঝুঁকি নিতে চান না, এই ধরনের অজস্র যুক্তিতে আলটিমেটলি শিক্ষা দিলে খুব অল্প রেসপন্ড করে, 6% কমে। যদি অনেক ক্যাম্পেইন হয় সাথে পোস্টার মাইকিং, তাহলে সেটা 12। কিন্তু বাচ্চারা যখন বাসায় গিয়ে বলে যে অ্যান্টিবায়োটিক খেলে কিন্তু বা নিয়ে আসলে আমাদেরকে খাওয়ালে পরে কিন্তু আমাদের জন্য নাকি অ্যান্টিবায়োটিক থাকবে না, টিচার বলেছে, এটা সাংঘাতিক গুরুত্ব বহন করে পরিবার। এটা গ্রামের পরিবার বলছে, শহরে এটা আরো বেশি। অর্থাৎ গ্রামের যে পরিবার, সেখানেও যখন বাচ্চার কাছ থেকে বাবা মা কোনো কথা শুনে সেটাকে অনেক গুরুত্ব দেয়, এবং প্রায় 1/3 বিক্রি কমে যায় ওই ইউনিয়নে। তো এর মানে হচ্ছে স্কুলের বাচ্চাদের মাধ্যমে আসলে আমরা অ্যান্টিবায়োটিক কমানোর চেষ্টা করি, এবং সেটা একটা চেষ্টা অলরেডি একটা কার্টুনের বই তৈরি হয়েছে, টিনুমিলো সুপারবাগ। এটা ছাড়া আরো অনেক ধরনের জিনিস তৈরি করার চেষ্টা করছে। এছাড়া আমরা ভাবছি যে আমরা সচেতনতার জন্য আমরা যাকে আসলে কোটি টাকা দিয়ে বিজ্ঞাপন দেয়, আপনারা অবাক হবেন, উনি তো কোটি টাকার নিচে কোনো বিজ্ঞাপন করেন না, তাই না? উনি কিন্তু আমাদের বিজ্ঞাপন বিনা পয়সায় করেছেন, এবং এটা আজকে না, তাও 7 বছর আগের কথা বলছি, 2017 সালের কথা। তো দেশের সবচেয়ে বড় সেলিব্রিটি বলেছে যে আমি অ্যান্টিবায়োটিক সচেতন, আপনি কি? এই প্রশ্ন আমরা দেশের সবচেয়ে বড় সেলিব্রিটিকে দিয়ে আজ থেকে 7 বছর আগে করেছিলাম পুরো জাতির সামনে। আমাদের অজস্র বিভিন্ন রকম ইনিশিয়েটিভ আছে। পরে দেখেন 3 জন ডিজি, একটু চেঞ্জ হয়েছে এই ছবিটা, আমার নতুন ছবিটা নাই আমার কাছে, সেজন্য এই 3 জন ডিজি, একজন ছিল ডিজি হেলথ, ডিজি ড্রাগ এবং ডিজি লাইফস্টাইল। মানে আমি নতুন ছবিগুলো আমি বের করতে পারি এইভাবে, পোস্টারটা আমার কাছে নাই সেজন্য। কিন্তু ডিজি ড্রাগ, ডিজি হেলথ, ডিজি লাইফস্টাইল একসঙ্গে যখন বলে, এটা নিশ্চয়ই এর চেয়ে শক্তিশালী কোনো মেসেজ তৈরি হতে পারে একটা দেশে। দেখেন, আমি আপনাকে বলছি অ্যান্টিবায়োটিকের যৌক্তিক ব্যবহার নিশ্চিত করুন। ডিজি ড্রাগ বলছে আমি আপনাকে বলছি প্রেসক্রিপশন ছাড়া অ্যান্টিবায়োটিক বিক্রি বন্ধ করুন। ডিজি লাইফস্টাইল বলছে আমি আপনাকে বলছি পলিস্টিন ব্যবহার বন্ধ করুন। কত স্পষ্ট মেসেজ ছিল বাংলা, এবং 3টা হাইয়েস্ট পজিশন থেকে কথাটা বলা হয়েছে একসাথে। তার সাথে আমাদের এই বিভিন্ন রকম ভাবে এটাকে চেষ্টা করা হয়েছে, স্কুলের বাচ্চাদের জন্য কার্টুন বলেন আর সেই গাইডলাইন বলেন, এই যে এই ধরনের পোস্টার সারা দেশে। এবং এরকম এই যে ডান দিকে যেটা খুব ইন্টারেস্টিং, এটা হচ্ছে বিরাট করে লেখা থাকে এই কথাটা, আমি অ্যান্টিবায়োটিক, এবং নিচে মানুষ স্বাক্ষর দিয়ে সম্মতি প্রকাশ করে। এইটা হচ্ছে হসপিটালের আউটডোরে।
এখন আমরা যেটা বলি যে পাইপ লাইনে কি কি আছে, পাইপ লাইনে আসলে আমরা যেটা বলছিলাম যে খুবই অল্প অ্যান্টিবায়োটিক পাইপ লাইনে আছে, এবং সেই কারণে আমাদের আসলে বেশ হতাশাজনক চিত্র সামনে আমাদের আসলে আমাদের সবার বলা উচিত এই ভয়ঙ্কর অন্ধকার অবস্থা থেকে মুক্তি চাই। আমরা নিশ্চয়ই কোভিড এর মতন আরেকটা ভয়াবহ টানেলের মধ্যে ঢুকতে চাই না। আমরা সবাই শপথ নিব আমরা এই অন্ধকারের পথ থেকে পৃথিবীর মানুষকে বের করে এনে আলোর দিক। অসংখ্য ধন্যবাদ।
Thank you very much for very interesting and passionate talk. If we could take only one question now because we are already running. Please be brief.
Actually, it is a nice presentation. Ever since this seminar, I am from the Putavali Science and Technology University. Actually, I am engaged some surgery or some gynecology operations. During my study in the abroad, that is in South Korea, I am engaged in embryo transfer. So my professor always use one time only penicillin. Not in other antibiotic, not in other antihistaminic, or not in other something. Because embryo transfer is very sensitive to antibiotics. But within 7 days, the animal is cured. Nothing else. But in my country, I am trying to that time because every day I am doing something about 2 or 3. I use minimum number of antibiotics. But in my experience, I found that during surgery or during other times, the aseptic measure is very important. But very limited and very dangerous thing in our country that any surgery or any other thing always doing the contaminated part. At that time, antibiotic is must. That's why in our country, maybe the antibiotic uses is so much. That means either excess or either reserve or either anything.
Definitely. Sorry.
So how can we recover this time in our country? Because যখনই আমরা এইসব দেখাচ্ছি বা বলছি, এটা কিন্তু সমাধান কোনোভাবেই হচ্ছে না। অ্যান্টিবায়োটিক ইউজ কিন্তু 3-5 এটা যে কমছে, হয়তো একটা আপনি পাইলট প্রজেক্ট নিয়ে একটা স্কুলে অথবা একটা এসে দেখাইছেন, এটা ঠিক আছে, কিন্তু এটা সারা দেশে করতে গেলে আমি যতক্ষণ না পর্যন্ত কোনো অপারেশন এসেপ্টিক ওয়েতে করতেছি, ততক্ষণ না পর্যন্ত আমাকে অ্যান্টিবায়োটিক ওই এক্সেস
মূল কথাটা কি আসলে আমরা কেউ বলতেছি না যে আসলে যেখানে অ্যান্টিবায়োটিক দরকার সেখানে দিবেন না, এটা কেউ বলেনি, আমরা তো বলতেছি না। আপনি যখন কন্ডিশনটা বলছেন কন্টামিনেটেড, there's clear indication, so we are not talking about the contaminated wound. Contaminated wound আপনি অ্যান্টিবায়োটিক দেওয়া নিয়ে আমরা কেউ বলবো না যেটা কমানো। So it's here, everybody is entitled to have that. আপনার অ্যাসেপ্টিক প্রিকশন নাই, এটা জন্য অ্যান্টিবায়োটিক দাও, এটা তাহলে আপনি কেন you need to ensure that whether that is aseptic precaution is in place or not. As a surgeon, you are supposed to ask the facility that is have you ensured that or not. Who এটাকে রোগী জিজ্ঞেস করবে, এটাকে আমি যে জিজ্ঞেস করবো, এটা যে সার্জন অপারেট করবে তার responsibility to ask the facility manager that is it in place or not. So we cannot deny the responsibility that aseptic precaution is not there, these are not inadequate, and therefore we take antibiotic is the solution for that. এটা কিন্তু কমন আর্গুমেন্ট হতে পারে না। So we need to establish that আমরা কন্টামিনেটেড একদম পরিষ্কার করছি কিন্তু যাওয়া যাবে, এটা নিয়ে কোনো আলোচনা নেই। বাংলাদেশে আমি কিন্তু খেয়াল করি সে ইলেকট্রিক খেয়াল করেন কোন there's no contamination, যে প্রত্যেকটা বলেছি আনকমপ্লিকেটেড ইউটিআই আমরা ক্লিয়ার করে বলেছি সেজন্য। সো যেখানে দরকার সেখানে দিবে অবশ্যই, কোনো জায়গায় বলা হচ্ছে না যে এখানে দরকার কিন্তু দিবে না, এটা না। সেকেন্ডলি, যেখানে অন্যান্য জিনিস সম্ভব, যেমন ভ্যাকসিন, যেমন অ্যাসেপ্টিক হ্যান্ড ওয়াশ ক্যান রিডিউস রেট অফ ইনফেকশন ইন এনি অফ দ্য হসপিটাল, ইট ইজ বাই 70%। অজস্র স্টাডি আছে আমাদের দেশে। আপনার হাসপাতালগুলোর করিডোরে কয়টা হ্যান্ড ওয়াশ ফ্যাসিলিটি আছে? তাহলে এটা এস্টাবলিশ করতে এটা কি সলিউশন অ্যান্টিবায়োটিক প্রেসক্রাইবিং? যেমন হ্যান্ড ওয়াশ ফ্যাসিলিটিস নাই, সো আমি একজন রোগীকে গাড়িতে দেখেছি ইনফেকশন হয়ে গেছে, মাইক্রোব দ্য বিং ট্রান্সফার, সো রেট অফ ইনফেকশন ইজ হাই, সলিউশন ইজ ইনক্রিজ অ্যান্টিবায়োটিক। আমি বলছি যে দেয়ার আর আদার ইন্টারভেনশন যেগুলোকে ইমপ্লেস করতে হবে। এরপরে অবশ্যই কন্টামিনেটেড বা যেখানে সার্জারি করবেন, আমাদের এখানে 82% সার্জারি পেশেন্ট আর রিসিভিং অ্যান্টিবায়োটিক, আমরা কিন্তু সেটাতে আপত্তি করি না, মেনশন করি না, খেয়াল করবেন। আমি এই কিছু বলে চলে গেছি, আমি বলে নিয়েছি এটা হাইয়েস্ট। So there is definitely you are allowed to do that.
I think it is not prohibiting you to use antibiotics, only you to justify. The last question.
আমি একজন ফার্মার, আমার নাম ফয়সাল। তার বক্তব্য খুব সুন্দর লেগেছে। আমি আমাদের পৃথিবী যখন হয়েছিল তখন একসময় অ্যান্টিবায়োটিক ছিল না, কিন্তু আবার ভবিষ্যতে একসময় অ্যান্টিবায়োটিকে কাজ করবে না, এটার সাথে স্যার আমি একমত। কিন্তু আমাদের যে বিষয়গুলি, আমি আমার ব্যক্তিগত বিষয় যে মনে করি সেটা হলো কি, যেমন দেখেন আমি যদি দুধে আইসিসির ওষুধ খাওয়াইছি, এখানে লেখা আছে কি নির্দিষ্ট সময়টা বিক্রি করা নিষেধ, মাংস এবং দুধ। দেখা গেল আমি এটা আমার পরিবারে আমার বাচ্চাদেরকে দুধ খাওয়াইলাম না, কিন্তু আমি বাজারজাত করলাম, তাহলে কি হইলো? আমি মনে করতেছি আমি সেফ না, আমি এই পণ্যগুলি সবাইকে খাওয়াইতেছি, কিন্তু আরো যে 10টা পণ্য আমি খেতেছি, যেমন হয়তো আমি দুধ বিক্রি করি বা মাংস বিক্রি করি, কিন্তু বাট আমি সবজি খেতেছি, আমি চাল খেতেছি, আমি অন্যান্য প্রোডাক্ট খেতেছি, তাহলে আমি বিকল্পভাবে ঘুরে ফিরি আমি অন্যান্য বিষাক্ত জিনিসগুলি আমি খেতেছি। তো অতএব আমরা সবাই সচেতন হইব। আমি এখানে স্যারের আমার একটা ছোট্ট পরামর্শ, যেটা সেটা হলো কি, আমাদের দেশে অনেক আইন হয়, কিন্তু এটা কার্যকরী করতে হলে কিছু কিছু বিষয়ে গুরুত্ব দেওয়া দরকার। সেটা হলো কি, যেমন এক্সাম্পল, ঢাকা শহরে ধানমন্ডিতে রিক্সা চলা নিষেধ। এখন ধানমন্ডিতে রিক্সা চলবে না, তাহলে যে লোকগুলি সাধারণ মাইক্রো নাই, গাড়ি নাই, তারা চলাফেরা করার একটা দরকার আছে, তাহলে বিকল্প যদি তাদের ব্যবস্থা না করা হয়, কিন্তু রিক্সা এটা দমন জীবনে করা সম্ভব না। ঠিক আমি এখানে একটা জিনিস যুক্ত করতে চাই স্যার সাথে, সেটা হলো কি, যেমন এই কার্যকরিতা করতে হলে আমার ছোট জ্ঞানের যে পরামর্শটা, সেটা হলো কি, বিশেষ করে যারা ডাক্তার, তাদেরকে ভালো করে এটার ব্যাপারে আরো অনেক মানে অ্যাডভাইস করা দরকার, এবং কি ওষুধ কোম্পানিরা যাতে ডাক্তারদেরকে ওই বিভিন্ন লোভনীয় প্রবণতা দেখিয়ে ওষুধের প্রতি মানুষকে মানে উৎসাহিত করা, এই জিনিসটা বন্ধ করা দরকার। দ্বিতীয়ত, ওই স্যার বলছে সেটা মেডিসিন জেনারেশনে প্রেসক্রিপশন ছাড়া যে ডিসপেন্সারিতে না বিক্রি করে, এটা জন্য আইন আছে, কিন্তু জরিমানা হচ্ছে আমরা দেখতেছি না, কিন্তু এটা জরিমানা করা, বাধ্যতামূলক করা। ফাংশনে স্যার হচ্ছে ওই বই পুস্তকে দিলে, এটা কিন্তু ভালো একটা উদ্যোগ। 3টা সেকশন আমাদের ভালো করে কাজ করে, সেটা হলো একটা ডাক্তার, দ্বিতীয় একটা ডিসপেন্সারি, তৃতীয় হচ্ছে যে খামারিরা যারা প্রোডাক্ট তুলে তৈরি করে, অর্থাৎ পোল্ট্রি ডেইরি যে লাইনে আছে, এদেরকে মানে এই সম্পর্কে জানানো, এবং কি বিশেষ করে আপনার ওই এগুলি কার্যকারী হওয়ার সম্পর্কে এগুলি বিভিন্ন ভাবে জ্ঞান দেওয়া, মানুষকে উৎসাহিত করা। তখন এটা তখন, এবং কি খামারিদের যে বিকল্প ইয়ে দেখা, মানে রোগ প্রতিরোধ ক্ষমতা বাড়ানোর জন্য বিকল্প কি কাজ করা যায়। এখন আমার তো এখন দরকার ওষুধ, অ্যান্টিবায়োটিক, এখন আমি দিতে পারতেছি, আমি বিকল্প ব্যবস্থা জানি যে আমি অ্যান্টিবায়োটিক না দিয়ে যদি সুস্থ দেখতে পারি, তাহলে আমি অ্যান্টিবায়োটিক কেন ব্যবহার করবো? তাহলে বিকল্প ব্যবস্থা অর্গানিক ইয়ে করাটা ইয়ে। ঠিক আছে, ধন্যবাদ।
ধন্যবাদ আপনাকে। আমি খুব বিশেষত না আপনাদের এই বিষয়টা, কিন্তু আমি খুবই মুগ্ধ হয়েছি আপনার প্রত্যেকটা পয়েন্ট কারেক্ট, এবং সবচেয়ে ভালো জিনিস যেটা, সেটা আপনি হচ্ছে প্রথমে আপনি আপনার করণীয়টা যেভাবে বলছেন যে আমি আসলে এটা থেকে মুক্ত না, এই জিনিসটা যখন মানুষ রিয়েলাইজ করে, এই রিয়েলাইজেশনটা আসলে সবগুলা চেঞ্জের প্রাইমারি প্রিডিক্টর। যখন এই উপলব্ধিটা হয় যে আমি এই কাজটা ঝুঁকির মধ্যে আমাকে সহ সবাইকে নিয়ে একত্রিত, এবং একসাথে আমি যদি বিক্রি করে যে লাভ করি, এটা আমার বাচ্চাকে এক্সপোজ করবে রিস্কে, এই বুদ্ধিটা হয়ে চিন্তাটা হলেই বাকি চেঞ্জগুলো শুরু করবে। এরপর আপনি যে পরামর্শগুলো দিয়েছেন, সেগুলো সবগুলোই আসলে রিয়ালিস্টিক বাস্তব। তার মধ্যে যেগুলো ব্যাপার, যেমন এই জায়গাটা একটু আমাদের কঠিন আর কি, মানে সেলফ মেডিকেশন, দোকানদারদের পরামর্শ, খামারিদের নিজেদের অ্যান্টিবায়োটিক দেওয়া, অথবা অন্য মানুষ নিজে আগের অভিজ্ঞতা হলে অ্যান্টিবায়োটিক কেনা, এই জায়গাটা অ্যাডজাস্ট করা আস্তে আস্তে লাগবে। এখন পর্যন্ত যেটা আপনি বলছেন, এটার প্রধান বাধাটা হচ্ছে এখন পর্যন্ত যে ডাক্তারের কাছে যাওয়াটা একটু ব্যয়বহুল, এবং আমরা মনে করি যে ডাক্তার অনেক সময় আসলে অকারণে অ্যান্টিবায়োটিক লিখে। আপনাদের যখন বিভিন্ন ইয়ে দেখবেন, আপনারা বুঝতে পারবেন যে কোনো একটা দোকানে যদি যান, ওখানে কত ভাগ ডাক্তারের প্রেসক্রিপশন অ্যান্টিবায়োটিক দেয়, কত ভাগ তার বাইরে। বড় হাসপাতালগুলোর আশেপাশে ছাড়া বাকি জায়গাতে কিন্তু অ্যান্টিবায়োটিক্যাল ডাক্তারের প্রেসক্রিপশনে হোল কনজাম্পশনের খাওয়াগুলো, আমি ইনজেক্টেবল আলোচনা করছি না, মুখে খাওয়ার ব্যবহার এটা কিন্তু ডিসপ্রপোর্শনালি হয়। 70 ভাগ 75 ভাগ অ্যান্টিবায়োটিক দেখা যায়, যেগুলো আমরা নাম বলতে চাই না আমি, আপনার যেগুলো নাম আসছে উপরে, এগুলো রেজিস্ট্যান্স হওয়ার পেছনে প্রধান কারণ হচ্ছে ইউজ ব্যবহার হয়েছে, সাধারণ মানুষ ব্যবহার করেছে। আপনারা জেনেছেন কোভিড এর সময় কোন অ্যান্টিবায়োটিক গুলো কিভাবে ব্যবহার হয়েছে, আপনারা সবাই জানেন। আমি খুবই খুশি হয়েছি আপনার প্রস্তাবনাগুলোর আলোকে আমরা তৈরি করেছি প্রায়, এগুলো আরো শক্তিশালী হবে আগামীতে আশা করি। এবং এই যে আজকে আপনাদের সঙ্গে আমাদের, আপনি এনভায়রনমেন্টে একটু আছেন কিনা জানি না, মানে মানুষ, প্রাণী সম্পদ এবং এনভায়রনমেন্টের মানুষের একত্রে থেকে এই কাজটা করলে তাহলে একটা রেজিস্ট্যান্স কন্টেন্ট করা যাবে বলে আমার মনে হয়। ধন্যবাদ।
Thank you. Thank you very much. So I invite the last speaker, so Dr. Simon Hunt. Give him a big applause. Very interesting and passionate. Dr. Muhammad Ahsanullah. Already, lagging behind time. If you can come directly to the topic, I'll appreciate.
Respected chairs, distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen, I'll talk about antibacterial use, the farmer's motivation and knowledge. Actually, I don't have much data on buffalo. I have reasonable amount of data on poultry, so I will try to mix up. First of all, no, we don't have background. So I had, some opportunistic activities with the support of few vegetarian and farmers. The farmers knows about the hemorrhagic septicemia, foot and mouth disease, and start and acidosis. And they also vaccinate the animals for hemorrhagic septicemia, foot and mouth disease. We got the reflection from the farmers and veterinarians. As far as the veterinary, they take veterinary from first of all, and then go, sequentially village doctors and staff shop. And obviously, the veterinarian is the last choice for the veterinary service. If you see, the types of antibiotics they use. Yesterday also, that shouted that the Trojan beds, the propane, and the test bed, SP bed, and sulfur bed. And the veterinarian says that most of the drugs, antibiotics in the field for buffalo is not working. Even the cereals in other species, other livestock species. They also say that that in the buffalo, in the Bakan system, they need to use the lesser amount of antibiotics. And then of other species they react at their home state. And also most farmers don't know about the hammer and how to spray. Now how hammer things spray, in the across the environment. One of the quote here is from one of our vet. The farmers go to the dealers or medicine shops and fast food disease. While they fail, they refer the farmers to the private vet. And then the farmers come to me at the last. That means the public and the original actually. So when they come, so we don't have the specific choice to prescribe a single, the antibiotic. So he has to or she has to, prescribe the combined antibiotics or multiple antibiotics. And also, increase the duration of antibiotic course. Now I'll talk a little bit about the statistics in Bangladesh about the poultry. Poultry, drastically increased if you compare with 2008-2009. It is now around, the 400 million birds here in Bangladesh. And we got 70,000 commercial grower chickens, and they are supported by 16 grandparent farms, 106 parent farms, and 188 registered poultry feed. But a lot of land. If we look at these pictures, the value chain is a very complicated one for the poultry of the broiler and Sonali. And center we have the feed dealer. Connected with 7 or 8 experts, and then go in a completely process to the value. So I'm not going to tell you more details about that. So look at the simple poultry production distribution network. Here it is the feed dealer. You can see we have a credit farmers and the cash farmers and the contract farmers. So three different kinds of farmers. Credit farmers always depends on our dealers or drug dealers or feed dealers. And after selling the birds, they reimburse their money. And feed dealers provides all of the inputs for rearing. So here I just touched this one. In our mobility studies, I mean, we they collected information from the farm when the birds moves towards to the market, and we followed their mobilities the midnight. And what happened there is, if you see the the bill of result here, at the start evening level of prevalence is very low, 3%. When they reach, we got the fourth time higher. So something happening during the transportation. So we need to focus on the live market. If we like to contain the avenue influenza, so we should focus very specifically on the live market. Where the experimental study, we got the same things. When we started, we got the samples, we got less prevalence, and after 12 hours, we got more prevalence, and after 12 hours, more prevalence. So time is a matter. And also the birds, reach to the market long way, even 12 hours, 13 hours, 22 hours sometimes. So look at here the antimicrobials uses during the brooding period, during the short period. The number of antibiotics you can see here, it's huge. The range of antibiotics, 20 antibiotics you will see that just brooding period. This is just not therapeutically used, it's a preventive, just psychologically. So our farmers can easily stop using antibiotics here. This is the psychological matter. No, the benefits out of by using this. Same thing happening, for in case of certain diseases like blood anemia, the cold, this sort of things. But use of antibiotics, so that suggests that we are using indiscriminately antibiotics and damaging them. Here, the source of treatment obviously first farmers' experience, and then feed dealers, and then the vet and the inn. And even in between we have a private vet and then government. Government is limited; they have a limited practice on board. Now see the power dynamics. The farmers depends on the dealers, and veterinarian also depends on the dealers, particularly the private veterinarian. The farmers directly contact with the dealers, and dealers connect with the veterinarian, and then veterinarian get the access to the farm. So if you see the credit farm, it's a cash farm. They're not dependent on the feed dealers. They also overconfident. They say that my experience, I have got long time experience. So I know everything. So I know better than veterinarian. So why should I go to the veterinarian? I will use my antibiotic myself. So these sort of things, this sort of attitude needs to be changed. And also this trust or not rely on the veterinarian. If we go to the veterinarian, the farmer says that they will prescribe many drugs. That will cost me 30,000. If I go to the shop, they will assess and then give me 10,000 taka medicine. So why should I go to the veterinarian? We did some work with the relationship between antimicrobial use, residues, and the resistance. And we got some alarming things. So if we use even in the beginning of the rearing period and the growing period, we get antimicrobial residue. In some cases, it crosses the residual limit and also got the resistance. So it's a real connection. But our food habit and cooking style was safer, but not for all antibiotics. There are some thermostable antibiotics. They can be destroyed, but what is the thermostable one? And what about our environment? We did some work on the policy awareness and field level is very poor. We consider the farm registration policy, animal feed act, animal antimicrobial uses, and animal urban. Every case, the awareness level is very poor. From responses from the farmers, they say antibiotics are bad because lymphoma, weight loss, kills good bacteria, cancer, ascites, etc. On the other hand, some other farmers say that why it is bad. It is good. The doctors invented antibiotics for our life, for our saving. It shouldn't be harm. This is good things, and some uncertain. The ban drugs listed, that even farmers can be caught, but still cholesterol is used. They said that cholesterol is only the sensitive drug. Why should I stop? The other drugs, that are resistant. So I should use it. That is the views. So what should I do? I mean, there are a lot of the things. So why should reduce antibacterial use? Awareness. Awareness not only for farmers, other actors associated with the value chains, the common people. And there are some rumors that the broiler meat is very poor, a lot of adulteration, not safe for. So we need to protect this sort of thing. Limit the easy access of the drug and move on. That is not happening all the time. It also depends on the medicine, not in the hand of our veterinarian. So we conducted the One Health training programs, inviting the public physician, also veterinarians, university students, etc. So very effective. We saw. We based on the tools we use, the lecture based, it's very effective, very small lecture, and then PBL we applied there as well. And the farmers BG to assess the biosecurity because they never did assessment on small marginal level in the commercial farm. And also video we used. And then we collected all the queries and the questions from past 2 days, 1.5 days, and then we invited one specialized veterinarian who has a very the trustworthy people in their regions. So with them we consulted and gave all the responses. It was very effective, and they motivate the farmers very well. Because in the policy we have a lot of policies. We don't have standard. So what sort of standard will take to the field to convince the farmer? Even the veterinarian doesn't know much about the policy, and particularly the very poor at private level. Government level people still know, but private level doesn't know much. So some impact of the training, we have given the list of antibiotics, including non-antibiotics products, to see whether they can pick up rightly or not. Before training, obviously they cannot pick up significantly, but at the end, they pick up antibiotics very well. So this is the way to increase their knowledge about antibiotics. Then antibiotics kills on other organisms other than bacteria. So at the start, their knowledge is very poor, but at the end, we got good results. They convinced that bacteria kill the bacteria, not other organisms. So should focus on vaccination and things. So final key message is here, what I'd like to share with you: education, and education. We need that sort of things on reducing antibiotic use and reduce antibiotics. It's not just blaming for veterinarians. It's our responsibility, our farmers, because they are wrongly chosen. They're investing money. They are reacting, as a reactive attitude, not preventive attitude. This sort of things. They are wasting their money. They don't want to improve the biosecurity. Rather they invest money on the antibiotics or medicine. So this sort of, the attitude needs to be changed. Emphasis on the vaccination biosecurity. We have good vaccine, but they are not following the whole chain. So how come the vaccine will work? And if not vaccine works, then obviously next choice, and they are more interest on antibiotics. They will take it. The policy practice very poor. That is the area we need to focus on. Changes behavior. This is a very tough and difficult. So only veterinarian cannot do that. Need some the communication people. Need some social scientist people. Need our anthropologists. Otherwise, you cannot change the space. That's why there is the space for One Health. And then direct link between the farmers and qualified veterinarians. Unless we cannot build the connection between two people, we cannot change. They are going to other people. There are a number of reasons behind that, but we need to find out. We need to make room for this. And then introducing monitoring system and certification. So why should I use them? Why should I take the risk? If I don't use antibiotics, my birds will die. So how can how can I minimize my economic aspect? So need some sort of certification so that he can get the same prices. With that, I'd like to thank you. Thank you so much for your question.
Thank you very much. We can have one question. Yeah, if there are no questions, thank you very much to all the speakers. Very interesting, presentation.
There is a question.
Okay, please.
Thank you, sir, for your nice presentation. আমি তো বাংলায় বলি, বাংলা বলে ভাষাটা সুন্দর হবে এবং প্রশ্ন করতে সুবিধা হবে, সবাইটা বুঝবে। তো আমরা যারা ডিএলএস অফিসার, তারা ফিল্ড ল্যাবে যারা কাজ করি, আপনারা টিচার তারা বিভিন্ন রিসার্চ করেন। আমরা ছাড়াও স্যার বিভিন্ন ধরনের উদ্যোক্তা তৈরি করে বিভিন্ন ধরনের প্রতিষ্ঠান প্লাস ডিএলএস অফিসার, তারা প্রাথমিক প্রশিক্ষক, প্রাথমিক চিকিৎসক হিসেবে তৈরি হচ্ছে। আমার প্রশ্নটা হচ্ছে, আমরা যারা এয়ারমাইনে খুব বেশি অয়েল থাকি, ডিএলএস অফিসার, টিচার, কিন্তু যারা ফার্মাসিউটিক্যাল কোম্পানি যারা আছে তারা নতুন নতুন অ্যান্টিবায়োটিক তৈরি করতেছে। সেক্ষেত্রে ডিএলএস অফিসার, টিচার এবং যারা হিউম্যান সার্ভিস নিয়ে যারা কাজ করেন, এতে কোনো পলিসি লেভেল আপনারা কোনো কাজ করতেছেন নাকি, বিশেষ করে অ্যান্টিবায়োটিক রেসিস্ট্যান্সটাকে বন্ধ করার জন্য?
না, ওটা তো আমাদের কি বলে যে Professor Saidur Rahman pointed very clearly ordinance rules regulation, and DA also banned 34 drugs, antibiotics, and then we have a mobile code. So we have all those things, but practice in the field is.
So mobile code is not a final solution, sir. Mobile code is a
mobile code is a solution, but we put to do something, We need to do something and start something. Otherwise, we cannot reduce. And this is a very complex problem. So we cannot solve it overnight. So we should go step by step.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I request Dr. Naseem to offer.
Very briefly, thank you, Dr. Sab. I think it was a very interesting session. I personally always thought that One Health be related to zoonotic diseases like anthrax or brucellosis for that matter, or in poultry, bird flu and rabies. But now I think with the changing scenarios and interventions and pressure on provision of more effective protein diets to humans, poultry, milk and meat, adding more complexities. And this is a new dimension that the AMR issue is also related to the animals. It's not only looked at in isolation for humans. So I'm very glad that the organizers brought this together, and very eloquent talk by our professor from the medical university. As I said the other day, that it is a very, very sensitive topic. If we propagate, would people stop drinking milk, stop eating mutton or poultry meat? So that would be very detrimental to the industry. I am glad that not very many media persons are here. So we need not to hide either. Rather, we need to take a very systematic approach. But look at what Europe, what the West has done. They have banned for the last perhaps 2 decades no antibiotics in poultry feed. That was the main issue. US did that a decade later. We are developing countries are still continuing. You are worried about the treatment protocols. I am worried about by default we are adding the antibiotics. And I shared the other day very stark realities based upon empirical data in Pakistan that 52% of the milk, loose milk, is not hygienic. So I think it's very, very, all of us, and alone, I agree with Dr. Ehsan, and most of it's, we have to work together very systematically. The regulatory affairs, not policing, you have to, give some time to the producer to wean these, addition of antibiotics, indiscriminate clinical use of antibiotics in livestock clinics, or even in humans. So collectively, the physicians and the regulatory part, I think, why in Europe they are doing it, because they cannot think of violating the laws. So but at the moment we are already having it very complex. In Pakistan, 40% of the children from birth to 5 years are stunted. So if not, we are providing, we have very limited choice. So I'm not giving any solution, but at least I am giving you my thoughts. Thank you.
So if we take 15 minutes. আমরা একটু টিপ রেখে চলে যাই, আমরা 15 মিনিটের পরে আবার এখানে ব্যাক করবো। আমাদের যে ফরেন গেস্ট আছে তারা ভালো সেশন নেবেন, আমরা থাকবেন। আর অনলাইনের একটা কোশ্চেনিয়ার বোধহয় আছে, আপনারা যদি সম্ভব হয় এটা একটু ফিল আপ করবেন।
সিলভারের যে সার্কিট
My third and the last presentation in this workshop. So in this presentation,
We have chairs. May I request Martin, Sarah, and Devan wishes. Devan, do you have? I think that
Doctor, please go ahead. So I don't think you. Yeah, with your kind permission, Chairman sir. In this particular presentation, I'm going to talk more about the management tips that are necessary to keep animals healthy and productive. And the topic here is I'll try to cover is right from calfhood to the heifer stage or the lactation stage, where the animal becomes pregnant and child. So the scope is huge, but since the time is very short, so I will only cover those very critical points which, I have practiced. Although I am professor of, I was professor of medicine and HOD in medicine department, but consciously I took up a practice where, I would focus more on prevention and productivity management. And therefore, jokingly, many vets used to call me professor of no medicine, because I was very reluctant in using medicines, and always considered housing and feeding as determinant of the disease and product. And therefore, trying to correct to correct those managemental practices. And I have been very successful, and I always tell the vets that whenever you think that the paravets are taking your space and they are practicing, that is only because they have seen you giving 4 or 5 injections, and then they catch up that this is the symptom, this is the treatment to be given, this is to be, and then the owners also see that every time he comes there is fever, he gives them that yellow medicine. They also start practicing that yellow medicine. But if I start practicing preventive side, I'll come to your farm and see that you have mastitis incidence less than 2% in a year. That practice cannot be done by a paravent. So that is where we need to cultivate ourselves, and that is more paying, rather than attending to single cases. So what my professor used to say is that a vet, when he is doing a daily practice, is actually a business manager for that farmer, because he has to look at what is going to be the profitability of that farmer, how he has to this treatment is only one of the interventions to increase stock. Now the first question is, do we know, are there really vital differences between the management practices in cows and buffaloes? And my answer would be, although we consider buffalo as a separate species, and there are some basic differences in the serum chemistry and some anatomical differences, but more or less when it comes to feeding practices, when it comes to management practices, it's more or less very similar. So these anatomic and the vital physiological differences from the clinical point of view is that buffaloes would have a higher blood glucose level compared to cows. The cows would have typically a blood glucose level of around 40 to 50 milligram per deciliter, whereas in case of buffalo, it could go up to 75 to 80 milligram per deciliter. Another difference I find is, the erythrocyte sedimentation rate is high because there is a rodeo formation in case of buffalo blood, whereas in case of cows, it is almost zero. Buffalo erythrocytes are comparatively more fragile than the cow erythrocytes. So if you are doing fragility test, you find the buffalo erythrocytes will be fragile, concentration of sodium chloride, which is much lower than for cows. So therefore, if you are having diseases, like hemoprotozoal diseases, you are likely to have more erythrocytes or erythrolysis in case of buffalo than in case of cow. But as I have said, as far as the management is considered, I will consider both cow and buffalo at par, very similar, very similar. So whatever holds good for cow is also valid for buffalo. There are some issues like, buffaloes are difficult to handle. And this difficulty in handling I have found is because if the animal is tied all the time, is more agile, more aggressive. Whereas buffaloes that are let loose are very docile, and you can go and touch them. I have seen buffaloes so docile that the farmer would put his child to ride over the buffalo, and buffalo wouldn't mind. So they become so docile to human touch. So the manager also has to go and keep on touching the animal so that the animal knows that there is a human touch and that he doesn't have to be, it's not going to harm them. Buffaloes are less tolerant to heat and love water. That we all know, wallowing, but we have found that wallowing is not a necessary requirement for buffaloes. If at all wallowing is to be done, wallowing should be in running water and not a stagnant water. Because if it is stagnant water, then a lot of contamination keeps on developing, and that becomes harmful for the buffaloes. So let's say first, what are the tips for rearing buffalo calves? Buffalo calf, mortality is slightly higher because of two things. One is the colostrum, which is secreted, is less in volume than cows. And secondly, another factor which we have found is trypsin inhibitor, which protects the IgG in colostrum and other good proteins like growth factors from degradation in abomasum, that is pH of 2 and pepsin and intestine. They also done work, and it is now proved that even 1 day calf, when it is born, is having good amount of pepsin secreted in abomasum, good amount of trypsin and chymotrypsin, in the intestine. Therefore, when you are feeding IgG, which you would like to see that it is absorbed intact, then having trypsin inhibitor concentration is also important. So what we usually do, because it's very difficult to say trypsin inhibitor, so we always advise that you add around 1 to 2% soybean milk, because soybean milk is very rich in trypsin inhibitor, and that way you can have good IgG absorption. Another tip I would like to give you is that don't keep calf near mother or other adult animals. Because the immunity developed in case of young calf is comparatively very less than the adult animals, therefore infections will pass. So you'll have more incidence of diarrhea and mortality in those calves which have kept big. So we always advise that at least for first 14 to 21 days they can be kept either separate in cages like this, or they have to be they can be kept separately along with mother in case you are allowing them to settle. Third important point in calf rearing is that whenever you give calf milk twice a day, they have more incidence of diarrhea, because typically their abomasum is not well developed. It's not able to tolerate very high. Just similar to children, where the mother will allow to suckle and feed the calf or the child for 4 to 5 times more than that in a day. Same thing, can be, should be, followed even in case of cow. So we have seen that, when this policy is followed, for example, in Chitale farm, we follow the same policy and you won't believe, not a single calf dies, because of that. So this is a very extremely important. Second thing is most of the vet consider the, dung which is passed by calf is always slightly liquefied. It's not well formed like, in case of, adult. And they consider that as diarrhea. So as a clinician, I always consider it diarrhea or enteritis only if it is very loose and coming out like water, or if it contains mucus and blood. Otherwise, for any other consistency of, feces, I'm just not bothered, let it be there, as it starts, having solids. So these three important points for calf clearing, and if you are able to practice that, number one, you give within 2 hours you should give colostrum. No water before colostrum. Otherwise, many farmers they give water or some other thing to drink should not be given because that will occupy the receptors of colostrum absorption. The IBWB receptors which are there. And number 3, give more frequently. So suckling is important. So that's why we always tell them that you either you give in bottle, and if you have got more calves, then you could have something like this where you can keep the milk, and the calf at its will. Whenever it feels hungry, it will come and suckle. Suckling is an important function because that will open the esophageal groove, and then the milk will go to upper measure and get digested faster. Then calf weaning at birth is a good practice we have found out, because there is motherly instinct in case of buffaloes. And if calf is shown to mother at the time of birth, then it gets attached for letting down reflex. And in case the calf dies, then the farmer will have problems. Therefore, in India, we practice weaning at birth. We don't show and we don't allow the mother to lift the calf. It is taken away separately, and colostrum is given in measured quantity so that we know how much colostrum has been fed to the animal. Then vaccination of buffalo in late pregnancy, I practice because I don't know from where this has come that pregnant women can't be vaccinated. No. On the contrary, I do hypoimmunization in case of pregnant. I when in Chitale farm, when we were having lot of deaths due to FMD in calves, we found out that the reason was the FMD antibodies in colostrum were very low. And then we started vaccinating in late pregnancy, twice or thrice. We found very good level of protecting levels of antibodies in colostrum, and then that gave passivity, and the problem of calf death due to myocarditis, FMD was resolved. So similarly, we also give HS, BQ, and all other vaccines at the time of pregnancy, so that when colostrum is secreted, colostrum will have enough of antibodies against this disease. So vaccinating, and that is something which we need to work even with the government department, because I don't know for what reasons and from where they got this idea that pregnant and not being vaccinated. So that policy needs to be changed. Now, calf feeding is again an important issue. There are lots of myths on calf feeding. There are people there are farmers who give calf milk up to 3 months of age. I usually practice 14 to 21 days milk, and then from day 7 I start keeping calf starter, so that the calf will start licking it, and by 21 days it starts consuming it, and then as the consumption amount of calf starter increases, I take away the milk and then shift it onto the soil. It has got two important reasons. One is because milk farmer is not really ready to farm, because you're already having 6 or 7 liters of milk, and if you tell him to give 3 liters of milk, half of that to the calf, he is not ready, so they become then underfed. Therefore, if you ask them to start calf starter with very high protein percentage, like 26% protein, then the calf growth is also good. In case of buffalo calves, the growth is excellent. Like in initial stages, you could have even 1 kg per day. You could go to 750 to 500 grams and increase the concept. But focusing on that first 3 months is extremely important. If you lose those 3 months, and if you don't feed them good, then the calf is not going to catch up, because the feed conversion ratio later on becomes less and is very high during the early stages. So in early stages, we ask farmers to keep on feeding as much as possible, keep feed all the time, before the calf, so that it can eat whenever it wants. Rearing calf is an investment, so you have to have a selection process. So only calf, that has come, that is, born to a mother which has given good amount of milk, and there is no problems with letting down and other factors. Only select those calves. And it's not necessary that all the calves, should be here. The second thing I tell the farmer is that you have a culling pressure at around 3 months of age, which is based on number one, the weight gain. If calf is gaining weight, as per the standard, then it is very likely that it will also gain weight later on, and it will come in estrus faster, and then the pregnancy will also be much faster. So having a pressure of selection at the age of 3 months is important, and select only those which are performing as per your standard. Milk replacers are available, and I'm really very fond of milk replacers because that brings down the cost of rearing calf drastically. But preparing milk from skin from that milk replacer is important, because if it is not homogeneously prepared, then you are likely to have more cases of bacteria. Compared to crossbred cows, buffalo heifers come in first heat quite late. That was a big, and in Chile we have been able to show that if you are feeding them good, and they can attain weight much faster, and they can come and eat much faster. So we have got buffalo heifers which have come in feed at about 14 months of age and 16 months of age. They have come in heat, and by around 2 to 3 months later, when they came into right body weight, we inseminated. So, and secondly, we have also found that it's a myth that buffaloes are seasonal breeders. I think it is more to do with the way you house them, the way you make them comfortable, and the nutrition. If these two if these two things are followed, buffaloes are not seasonal breeders. Now I have data of Vishwas Chitle was mentioning about 7 generations data we have, and we have enough of evidence that buffaloes, if it is properly looked after, they can perform equally to at least individual animals, if not crossbred. I tell farmers that when it is heifer, the heifer should do only 2 things: eat, ruminate, drink water, and take rest. These are the only activities the heifer should do. So heifer should be kept all the time with some kind of fodder before her, and generally we don't use lot of concentrate in heifer, because in heifer, if you give good forage, good silage with good chaff size, then they eat a lot, like up to 30 to 35 kg. They would eat with a diameter content of around 26 to 27 percent in case of silage, and then we keep water all the time before them, and then we see that their growth is much faster. Another thing is we keep on giving more calcium, because every vet I find when he goes to the farm, the first thing he will prescribe is calcium. People do not understand that calcium is not a characteristic. It is not going to increase milk production. When you give more calcium, the calcium absorption process becomes passive. There are 2 ways calcium is absorbed: active and passive. It is active when you give right amount of calcium, so the absorption is optimum. But when you give more calcium, absorption is less than what it will be like. We have seen cases in case of dogs where they give excessive calcium and the dog suffers from rickets. And calcium deficiency is the cause of rickets. So giving excess calcium should always be avoided. And another thing, we should keep in mind, I have done more than 5,000 metabolic profiling in India. And I have done, profiling to understand, what are the problems, and that I do with, animals. So I take out blood of the animals and do, number of tests to find out what exactly. I have hardly found problem of calcium deficiency in case of buffaloes and in case of cows. The only problem comes immediately after calving, and that is not calcium deficiency. It is calcium mobilization problem. Body has got enough of calcium. It is only problem related with mobilization in milk fever. It's not a deficiency. Whereas we find phosphorus is the major problem, and this is quite standard. All those animals which are herbivorous, eat plant, they will always have enough of calcium. All those animals which are on grains will have enough of phosphorus. So poultry is likely to have problems related with calcium, whereas ruminants are likely to have problems related with phosphorus. So that also you need to consider. Another problem we have found is magnesium, which is always neglected. Magnesium absorption is on day-to-day basis. There is no reservoir of magnesium, and magnesium is required for as a cofactor for all energy metabolic pathways. So giving right amount of calcium is important, and if animal is not eating for a longer period of time, then it doesn't get enough magnesium from the grass or fodder which are feeding, so you will have to add some supplement. And I find magnesium phosphate as the best supporting mineral for both magnesium as well as phosphorus, because the biological absorption of this particular mineral is quite high. Then taking care of isthmus, I think the first heat is always silent in case of buffaloes. If you are tying them, therefore you have to be very careful about the isthmus detection. Another thing which I would like to mention here to the vet is using clomiphene citrate. You'll find there are lots of literature which is available on using clomiphene citrate, which is very common in case of clomiphene. But clomiphene citrate in case of ruminant when given orally is not absorbed. 100% it is not absorbed. We have done lots of analytic studies and we have found that clomiphene is not absorbed. So there are now injectables and oral, target intestine targeted clomiphene citrate. It is available. There is one company in India which is now marketing clomiphene citrate injection, RX laboratory. So that can be used. It's a very potent way to stimulate follicle formation, and that is a wonderful drug. Is used in IVF in case of human. That is the first drug they give to the woman is clomiphene citrate to induce ovulation and ovulation. So same thing happens here. I see in goats that when I give protected clomiphene citrate, then they come to research and breeding is much faster. Balanced feeding and right formulation is important but very difficult to implement in this field. And that's why we have come up with an idea that instead of emphasizing on ration balancing because it's more residue based, so we have come up with certain strategies where strategic supplementation of what is required at different point of lactation can be practiced, and that is what we tell to our farmers because they have to give it only 4 or 5 days at a typical lactation stage when the milk is dropping down, and then you can push the milk back to the normal. Checking protein balance is important, so that's why whenever I practice, and people say that they have got a fertility related problem, so I ask, and especially in case of buffaloes, because in buffaloes protein intake somehow. Indian farmer gives more protein to buffaloes, thinking that if we give more protein, he'll get more milk. We have found that in case of buffaloes, milk unit nitrogen is very high. The ideal is around less than 10 milligrams, but I'm happy with 5 to 6 milligrams per day. But I find that in case of buffaloes, it is more than 40 milligrams per day. And that urea environment is detrimental for fertility, for post-sperm and ova. So in all these farms, you will have problems related with fertility. So you solve the problem of feeding, bring down the protein percentage in feed from say 24% or 22% to 18 to 19%, and the milk nitrogen goes down. And another thing to follow here is to check how much is the rumen degradable protein and rumen bypass protein. So if you need more protein, then it should be bypass rather than rumen degradable, because otherwise protein will be converted in rumen into nitrogen. And if microbes are not able to convert that into microbes protein, it will be absorbed through rumen epithelium and will build up in the blood, and then liver and all other toxic problems will be. Vaccination I have already covered. And one more thing I wanted to again re-emphasize, I have just touched upon in my first lecture, that precision management is important, because farmers need assistance in telling them with individual animal what is to be done today. And that is only possible if you start digitizing your records. And there are very simple systems available, and those systems can be used, computerized system can be used. Farmer will not have to invest anything, because he can use his own smartphone. Even if he is not having smartphone, conventional phone, he will receive SMS messages in his own regional language, and he would know what is to be done in the system. Another thing, another innovation which we have introduced is using QR coded ear tag. Now they are much superior over RFID tag, because these are very cheap. Because instead of linear barcode, what we have done is we have converted this into encrypted QR code. This is our patent which we have filed. Now here what happens, you can track the services to large organizations like Amul, or like Hatson in South India. They work in 4 states, and they would like to track what is going on in the field, how insemination is being done. So the system here is very simple. You have to tag the animal, with this QR coded tag, and app is installed, on the AI technician as well as farmers and the vets. Whenever he goes for say insemination, he will go and scan the tag. So he will get connected to the file of the animal, and then he can enter. So he cannot sit at home and enter data. So you have a very very robust system of tracking what is going on. So you have a dashboard. The manager has a dashboard. The dashboard can virtually see what is happening in 4 or 5 states. Where the Hatson, and it is like just if you have seen those stock exchange. So the moment somebody does AI, immediately the data comes on the dashboard saying that this gentleman has done AI, this particular cow, it belongs to this farmer. And if you would like to get connected, you have to just click and you can get connected to that farm, find out what is happening. So it's a very robust and very simple system to operate, which we are popularizing. Naseem sir, when I came to Lahore last time, this was one of the reasons of visiting Lahore, and we met also the secretary of the department, and he was very happy to see the system, and they also wanted to deploy the system, but somehow after COVID, everything fell off, and we couldn't take it further. But let's see, I'm going to another university, afterwards, and let's see if we can start a kind of pilot. And I also talked to our Nepal, colleague, and he also showed interest that can be taken to Nepal University, because universities are the best to start as a pilot, rather than the department, starting or some other starting. But then the students can be involved, and then once this pilot is on, then we can go to the last slide. I think you picked up the phone, so I knew the signal that I have to wrap up. You see, having novel delivery system is extremely important. You may have good technology, you may have good product, but if you are not able to take that to the last mile, then the battle is lost. And that is where the innovation comes. I'll give you an example, how we have done it. We wanted very specific diagnosis in the hemophotozoon disease. We wanted very specific diagnosis of bacteria in case of Now we inquired and we found out that it will require around 50 lakhs of rupees. And then we found out that there is a lab which is doing PCR for humans. And we inquired with them, they said, we have spare capacity. So we could be able to help you out. So we signed a joint agreement with them that, they would be, we would receive the cooperative will receive the samples and the samples will be sent to them and they will do the PCR. And that PCR, then we, it will be signed by the vet and the technician, PCR technician, and then it will be sent to the. So that facility, that with that agreement, we wanted to do innovation in sampling because that is a very important factor. That if a farmer or a vet is required to collect blood, and for collection of blood he has to come to lab, take the vial which is containing EDT or citrate, go back to the farm, collect again, bring it back, and give it to the. It becomes the whole exercise becomes very economically unviable. So what I insisted, on the laboratories, we should find out a way where very samples could be sent easily. So we developed two cards, simple cards. So for hemoproteasome, he developed one simple test, which is a simple short test for thalassemia, anaplasma, trypanosoma, and babesia. Babesia both biodivina, babesia one shot. And he is just charging 700 rupees because we encourage him to have his own price. So what the farmer has to do, we provide a kit, and in that kit we provide a lens. So it's a kind of needle, you've seen that finger sometimes drops. It's a very similar type, and then we also provide a spirit, cotton swab to wash, and then put the patient after taking the blood. All he has to do is take 1 or 2 drops of blood on that card, put it in the envelope, address is already given. Only he has to write his contact number, send it to the lab, and lab will give him report in 4 hours. Same thing happens in case of milk. We have got 4 bacteria, and for which a single, combined primer has been developed. So you have to put only 1 or 2 drops of milk on the card, send it to the lab, and in 4 hours you will know whether it starts mycoplasma. So such, innovation and under one health, having joint programs, the laboratories, where common facilities are there, would also solve our problems. And that is why I wanted to mention here that delivering, your services has to be very innovative and has to be very simple for the farmer and for the vet. Yeah, this is the card where we have to just put 1 drop of blood, and this is for milk. With this, I wrap up my presentation. Thank you very much, and I would like to express my sincere thanks to Dr. Mizan and his team for inviting me, number one, so that I could meet number of friends who I met online several times, and for making our stay here comfortable. And I'm sure we are. I'm always there, and my team is always there to extend any help that is needed to introduce all these concepts in Bangladesh. Thank you very much once again.
Now, thank you, Dr. Samad. Now, it is open for question. Maximum 2 questions will be asked from audience. If there is any question, please. Only 1 question. Can you ask, please? Okay, thank you.
Doctor, what do you think the optimal weight, body weight in heifers for breeding?
Generally, in case of heifers in buffaloes, depending upon the breed, like the heavy breeds like Burra, then generally we wait up to 270 kg, 270 to 275. Whereas if it is Jafarabadi, Bunny and others which are shorter breeds at around 250 kg. I had, Dr. Naseem, I had done an experiment in my college, and we found that in case of buffalo, we collected buffaloes from nearby area colonies, and we had a very innovative feeding system for them, and the whole idea was to use non-human competitive feed. So we were going for non-conventional. If somebody is interested, we can talk about what was done later on. But in 14 months' time, I could achieve a weight of 260 kg with only one simple principle, that they should get feed whenever they want.
Thank you, sir. Regarding the sample collection, I have one question, please. Sample collection from blood or milk sample. You said that you put some blood or milk into the card. That means on paper. What type of paper you use? Because my experience is that we use sometimes FTA card. It's expensive and not feasible in our country. So can you please tell what type of card you use?
This is a very special kind of paper, which we got from some sources. They had never used it for biological purpose, but from its chemical nature, we knew that this is the paper we want, because the paper we wanted was such that it will absorb DNA material tightly. Whereas if I give 3-4 washes before I extract DNA, it should not come out, and otherwise it will come out with all other washes. So with a specific reagent in the last stage, it comes out, and it's quite cheap. We are giving that entire packet, in 20 rupees for sampling, and we have made it available with all the chemists. So our manufacturing cost is 5 rupees. We are giving it to chemists for 10 rupees, and it goes to the chemist is also making money out of it. So you have to have that chain of so that farmer's life becomes easy. All he has to go to chemist and say, "Oh, food wala dena." He will get that. Food wala dena.
So how can I, that means collect this type of paper, because it's not maybe not available in our country. So if I want to collect this type of paper, so commercial.
No. This is commercial. Absolutely. I would never restrict myself to farm unless I see a revenue model, business model. I don't put my hand in it.
So it is
It's commercialized. It's commercialized. If you want, we can also arrange to sell it.
Thank you. Let's give them a big applause.
Thank you, Dr. Samad. Our next speaker is Dr. Subramaniam from Tanuvas, India. He is present on clinical utility of daggers in the diagnosis of disease of water buffaloes.
Take a long time for copy. You can open it. Is it right? Common. Feeding the
Afternoon to everyone, the chair and the participants. To emphasize regarding the topic related to the clinical utility of genetics in the large animal practice. So it's a purely a clinical presentation. Those who are in a routine clinical practice, they can understand it well. Those who are having interest to develop their large animal practice, they can develop this type of using gadgets in the field practice. Especially large animal practice, veterinarians, they will feel lot of difficulties doing the practice in the field, saying that that is nothing is available in the field. So there are a lot of things available within our limitations. With that available gadgets, you can use it very easily, so that you can come to a conclusion of your perfect diagnosis and the treatment therapeutic measures. So normally you will be using a thermometer, stethoscope, a pH pepper, a glucometer, there's a ketometer, ordinary 16 gauge or 18 gauge needle is there, ultrasonography, Briggs refractometer, microscope, and human fluid collecting apparatus, a rapid IV infusion set, nebulizers. These are all commonly available in our day-to-day practice in and around us, so that we can use it effectively in the field practice wherever you are practicing the large animal practice. So regarding the thermometer, I would like to emphasize that all the veterinarians, practicing veterinarians, should see the temperature in each and every case, whether there is a rise in temperature is there or not, and there is a drop in temperature, subnormal temperature is there or not. So that will give you a lot of clue for your diagnosis. So whenever there is a rise in temperature, you have to think about a blood protozoan disease, viral disease, and blood protozoan like anaplasma, babesiosis, and the theileriosis, and bacterial and septicemia. Suppose you are taking a temperature in a standing animal, you are seeing a temperature in an animal, and it is showing subnormal temperature, but animal is standing, means you have to immediately keep it in mind, and you have to see the mucous membrane whether it is anemic or not. So any subnormal temperature with the blank mucous membrane is indicative of delayed case of blood protozoan disease. Suppose you may not be getting the subnormal temperature in all the cases except nuclear. In septicemia also you may be getting subnormal temperature. Otherwise you will be treating a blood protozoan disease. So the temperature will be high. During the treatment process, the next day after your treatment, the temperature should become normal. So when it goes subnormal, that prognosis unfavorable, mostly unfavorable. So like that, we can able to assess the prognostic and diagnostic indicators by using the thermometer. Effectively, we can use it in our practice. And regarding the stethoscope, many of the practitioners may not be using the stethoscope. It's an excellent tool in the large animal practice, which you can identify the respiratory diseases like aspiration pneumonia, heart sounds, any abnormality in the heart sounds, any abnormal sounds in the fluid accumulation in the heart sounds, especially in case of traumatic pericarditis and all. You can very easily diagnose in the field conditions with the use of stethoscope. So grunting sound, how to identify the grunting sound in case of acute acidosis, you can very easily identify by using stethoscope. In pneumonia cases or septicemia cases, in peritonitis cases, you can able to identify the respiratory grunt by using the stethoscope, and you can able to assess the diagnosis very easily by this stethoscope. So what are all the things you can do by this stethoscope? Means you can auscultate the heart, you can auscultate the reticulum, you can appreciate the reticular sound, and you can appreciate the lung sounds, whether it is having exaggerated lung sounds or normal lung sounds. You can differentiate whether it is having anemia or not, and you can easily identify the displacement of abomasum very easily in the field conditions by doing the percussion with the auscultation. I will show the technique that percussion with the auscultation very easily. You can diagnose abomasum displacement in very simple procedure in the field conditions. Like that, you will be using the auscultation with the percussion. Recently caught animal, sudden drop in milk yield, reduced quantity of dung material. So we will be thinking about abomasal displacement, persistent ketonuria and hypoglycemia will be there.
So you'll be thinking about the abominable displacement and then do the auscultation with the percussion in the left side or right side area, 13th to 9th rib, so that you can identify the pin sound, and then you can go for the lip tag test. So there is a test called the lip tag test that I will give you later, aspirating the content and seeing the pH. If the pH is acidic in nature, it is indicative of abominable fluid. If it is alkaline in nature, it is indicative of rumen fluid. So by this, all this, you can very easily diagnose the case of the source for the formulates. Okay. The next is the pH paper, litmus pH paper, very commonly available in our practice. Wherever you can practice, you can have it. And it is easy for assessing the rumen fluid pH, especially in case of ruminal acidosis. So you can collect the rumen liquor and see the pH. And you can verify whether it is abominable fluid or not. Abominable fluid will be in case of acidic pH. Okay. And during diagnosis of traumatic pericarditis and the peritoneal fluid collection, peritonitis is very common in the field condition, traumatic reticuloperitonitis. So you are doing the abdominal synthesis and you are seeing the peritoneal fluid pH, and it's very easy to assess the pH, whether it's a normal alkaline nature or whether it is a abominable fluid or a peritoneal fluid, very easily. And also in the urine collection, after the urinalysis also, pH paper plays an important role in priming up the cow before going for the parturition to prevent milk fever. So this is abominable fluid, and you have done the lip tag test, means aspirating the content, and you are seeing the pH. It is acidic in nature, so it's indicative of abominable displacement. So regarding the pregnant cows which are in the last trimester of pregnancy, the pH paper will be very much useful for priming up your cow for preventing the milk fever. For example, you are seeing the urinalysis pH for a cow, it should be around 5.5 to 6.5. That means the animal is in the development status of metabolic acidosis in the normal calcium level. So for before 3 weeks, you will be supplementing magnesium sulfate or ammonium chloride or magnesium chloride, 100 gram orally for 21 days to prevent milk fever. After administration of magnesium sulfate, these anionic salts, so you have to see the urine pH. If it is showing 5.5 to 6.5, so your cow is in the therapeutic regime. It is working well, and you can assess the condition, and it will prevent milk fever. These are the normal things we can do it in our farming sector to prevent the milk fever by the farmers. So these anionic salts always they prevent milk fever. As I told, magnesium sulfate, ammonium chloride, and magnesium chloride. All these are the anionic salts. So whenever you are giving anionic salts, so you should not give any water buffers. The water buffers like sodium oxide or sodium carbonate, you should not be mixed with that, because these buffers must not be used with anionic salts, as it will counter the effect of DCAD, directly cation anionic difference. So everyone will be having the human urinalysis strip will be there. It is very much useful for identifying the ketone bodies. So regarding the ketone body, there are 2 types that strips are available. The ordinary these things will be effective for acetoacetic acid and acetone. The separate strip is available for beta hydroxybutyrate. So you have to get a separate strip for beta hydroxybutyrate to identify the ketone bodies in the urine or milk. Here urinalysis strip, you can identify the glucose and also the ketosis, the ketone bodies. The ketose strips are available. We can use this type of thing to identify the acetone and acetoacetic acid. And these other things is the quota BHP for especially for beta hydroxybutyrate. So immediately by just massaging the perineum, the animal will urinate. Immediately on the spot, you can take the urine and with this type of strip, and you can see whether it is positive for ketone bodies or not, so that you can proceed for your treatment very easily. So diagnosis will be very easy. So this is the ketometer, and this is available. Just a drop, put a drop of blood. Immediately it will show the results, so that it can have the interpretation whether the animal is having ketonemia is there or not. It is very well useful in diagnosis of ketosis. The value is 42.6. So immediately you can come to a conclusion. It is having a higher value of ketone body in the blood, so that you can go for a conclusive diagnosis. And this is the interpretation of ketometer. If it is below 10.4, it is normal. If it is above 10.4 to 14.6, it's a subclinical. If it is above 14.6 milligrams per deciliter, it is a clinical. So nowadays, many veterinarians are practicing in the field by using this type of petometer and glucometer effectively in the large animal practice. So this is a glucometer which is normally used for a human purpose. You can very well safely use for evaluating the glucose level, and you can use it. See, the glucose level is 20 milligrams per deciliter. So in all the cases, you do not go for dextrose 50% or hypertonic dextrose solution blindly. So whenever it is needed, only you can go for the therapeutic dose of dextrose 50%. And this is a parameter chart. This is applicable for the farmers, and you can educate the farmers, and you can compare it with the mucous membrane color. See, like this, you can compare it with the mucous membrane color, and you can plan it and prime it for the deworming, especially in sheep and goat and other all animals. You can use it, and according to the color scale, you can identify the PCV level. According to the PCV level, they have made it, and you can identify the anemia level. Then you can proceed accordingly for the therapeutic range. So this is from a chart. And this is the subclinical mastitis CMT reagent that no need to explain to all the CMT reagent. So you have to effectively use it in our practice, and you have to educate the farmers for going for the CMT test continuously for screening the subclinical mastitis. And you may have noted that inside that cup, that strip cup, in the center of the thing, that is small marking will be there. After adding the reagent, if you are able to get a small string-like thing that indicates traces, so many of the farmers they will miss it. So even if you are getting a small string-like thing in the center of the rim, it's an indicator of traces. So you can very well use these things in our practice. And this is a rumen fluid collection apparatus. We can collect the rumen fluid and evaluate the rumen protozoa and the pH for evaluating the acidosis condition. And if you are not having this type of rumen fluid apparatus, you can use the stomach tube, hose pipe and all. For learners, you can use this type of PVC pipe as a mouth gag, and you can use it for collection of rumen liquor. So as a practicing veterinarian, everyone should know how to put the rumen, collect the rumen liquor, or how to intubate the stomach tube and collecting the rumen liquor. That is a mandatory for every veterinarian practicing veterinarian. For a few cases, you will be doing like this, and other than that, you can use this type of ordinary hose pipe as a stomach tube, and you can evacuate all the rumen content, and it will give lot of clue whether it is having frothy blood or not, whether it's having a foreign body or motility disorders. Anything can be easily diagnosed. Acidosis. In acidosis, the first line of treatment is evacuating the rumen content by stomach tube, so that the recovery rate will be very fast. So everyone should know how to intubate the stomach tube, and it's a very good practice in our clinical practice. For small animals, small ruminants, you can use this type of small hose pipe as a stomach tube, and there is a mouth guard for the small ruminants that can evacuate the rumen content for evacuating rumen content in case of acidosis. So this type of small tubes can be used in case of sheep and goat. So in acidosis and all, evacuating the rumen content is the first line of treatment, so that the efficacy of the treatment will be more. Very effectively, you can do it in your practice. So after collection of the rumen liquor, you can evaluate the protozoa with the use of a microscope and a micro microscope. Portable hand microscopes are available. So you can very well use this. And by this thing, you can have to evaluate the protozoa on the doorstep of the farmer, so that you can identify normal protozoa. Or the protozoa is very 1+, 2+, 3+, according to grading, you can easily identify it. So it's a digital microscope, and it is you can connect it to the mobile, and you can put it and the same procedure you can see. Even for skin scraping and all, and also the rumen protozoa rumen, you can just put a drop of rumen liquor, and you can see the protozoa in the immediately. See, this is skin scraping. You can very effectively see the mites, and this is the protozoa. You can able to see the protozoa very easily, so you can identify the ruminal acidosis or the rumen fluid status. You can identify wherever you are practicing. So this is called the Gunther's mouth gag. Whenever the animal is having choke in the esophagus, you should not introduce your hand without the Gunther's mouth gag, and you should not try to take the foreign body. Only with the help of this type of gag only you have to introduce. Otherwise, it will bite the sharp molar thing will bite your hand. So this type of Gunther's mouth gag are very much useful in the treating the esophageal choke, foreign body, for retrieval of foreign body. So after introducing the mouth gag only, you have to introduce the hand. Otherwise, you should not introduce for removing the foreign body from the esophagus. So many foreign bodies, it's a very common one in the field practice. They used to get lodged in the esophagus and they will develop acute bloat and all. So in any cases of choke, you should not drench any oil items. It will lead to aspiration pneumonia. First and the foremost thing is you have to immediately try to retrieve the foreign body. Otherwise, if it is having severe tympany or bloat, procurize the rumen, then go for the procedure. These are all the different materials available for procurization in the rumen. So this is a Briggs refractometer, and as already someone are told, you can go for evaluation of the colostrum by this Briggs refractometer. You can go for evaluation of the colostrum quality of the colostrum in the practice. So it is mainly used to evaluate the immunoglobulin in the colostrum, and according to the value you can classify. If it is greater than 22, it can be used, and if it is less than 18, it should be discarded. So it's very useful for the farmers, and you can very easily assess the status of the immunoglobulin received by the crop. Even you can take a drop of serum, and you can put it in the refractometer, and you can do the interpretation whether the calf has received the immunoglobulin as or not. So it's identify the immunoglobulin in the calf serum, whether to identify successful passive transfer of immunity has been done or not. So this is a rapid IV infusion set available for the large animal practice. So what we are using is the conventional human IV set, which is for our regular practice. But we cannot put a large volume of fluid in the fluid therapy. For example, you want to give 10 liters of fluid for a cow or a buffalo, so you cannot wait for a long time with the conventional IV set. So this is a rapid IV infusion set, and with this we can deliver 1 liter of fluid within 1 minute. So for 5 liters, we can deliver within 5 minutes. It's very economical, and you can do it very easily. And only you can use it only for fluid therapy with normal saline and ringer lactate or other fluids. You should not use calcium, you should not use potassium, and you should not use magnesium or any solutions with this lactate. Even you should not use 20% dextrose with this lactate. This is only indicated for fluid therapy or resuscitating of the fluid therapy for dehydration with the normal saline and ringer lactate. It's very useful in horses also, and buffalo and cattle. So normal saline, DNS and RL, you can use it. The calcium, potassium, dextrose 20%, magnesium should not be used with this type of rapid IV infusion because it is going very fast. So that you should not go for this rapid IV. Fluid therapy you can give it. It's very successful. We are getting lot of good results. The animal which is presented with the not passing, then we will give purgative and fluid therapy. Within 1 day, the animal will pass that. So that much effective fluid therapy is very important in the large animal practice. So this is an oral infusion pump. To reduce the parental IV fluids, we can go for this type of oral infusion pump. And in case of downer cows and all, you used to have electrolyte solutions. You used to drench it so that you can reduce the fluid volume of the parent. That is very successful, so that you can drench more volume of fluids. Before giving oral you got to evaluate the rumen fluid. By that way, then you can go for this type of oral fluids. We can deliver any amount of electrolytes or purgatives and the fluid. We can take it safely. So we can take 20 liters of fluid for very effective in case of large impact. So there are very different formulas and that. And so many formulas are there for marketing and for the supplementation of potassium chloride in case of DA disorders. So yeah, the students themselves they will do all these things and they will be taught how to use the something and how to put the water irrigation pump and they will do it effectively. So this is another water infusion pump. It is commonly used for field practice. Cost effective human pump. I mean water infusion pump. Here you can give purgative electrolyte solutions and electrolyte solutions for alert downer course so that you can effectively save the parental fluid. And nebulizers is very commonly used nowadays. After the outbreak of LSD, we got a large number of cough with pneumonia, severe pneumonia, and also especially in small ruminants with PPR and respiratory infections. In large animals with having aspiration pneumonia and all, the nebulizers plays an important role in getting lot of success in the treating the cases. So we have done lot of nebulization in large animal practice and also small ruminants, and with the help of these drugs like salbutamol and budesonide, and you can infuse amikacin or sulfapyr, salbutamol, all these things very effectively. The results oriented are very effective. So you can use this type of nebulizers in your practice for treating pneumonia cases or severe pneumonia in cases of outbreak of LSD and asthma. All the things you can do it at the doorstep of the pharmacy. So you can very economical option. The very cheap nebulizers are easily available in all the medical shops. So you can give nebulization. And usage of hypodermic needle is very indicated in use of abdominal synthesis. Abdominal synthesis is a very important technique for veterinarians to rule out traumatic reticulum peritonitis in very easily in the field conditions. So you have to know how to do the abdominal synthesis. The two things are mandatory. One thing is the stomach tube cultivation. Number two is the abdominal synthesis to rule out traumatic reticulum peritonitis. So this is abdominal synthesis. The case came to the history of not passing the tongue or reduced quantity of the tongue, treated for many days. So we could not able to diagnose this. We have to go for the synthesis. That is from the xiphoid cartilage, 10 centimeters caudal, 5 centimeters lateral. You have to prick with the 18 gauge or 16 gauge needle after applying the aseptic precautions with the coordinating and all. So you can appreciate the free flow of peritoneal fluid. So you can appreciate free flow of peritoneal fluid. Normally there won't be any peritoneal fluid collection, abnormal peritoneal fluid collection in the cattle or buffaloes. See here, you can able to see the free flow of peritoneal fluid. This is the traumatic reticuloperitonitis. So you can diagnose these type of cases very easily just by doing the abdominal synthesis, so that you can plan your treatment accordingly. It's a case of abdominal synthesis. Procedure. See, abnormal collection of peritoneal fluid from the cavity, peritoneal cavity, because of traumatic accident. Some foreign body nails must have pierced into the reticulum, and that will cause access or abnormal collection of peritoneal fluid in the animal. That will lead to reduced quantity of the tongue or complete absence of the tongue. The animal will be having arched back, bruxism, grinding of the teeth, pain will be there. All these things are the signs of traumatic reticuloperitonitis. See here also there is a free flow of peritoneal fluid. You can diagnose, there is no sophisticated, you can diagnose by ultrasound also. But if we are not having ultrasound in the fluid level, means just by putting the needle in the abdomen, the particular site, you can very well diagnose this type of cases, so that you can plan your diagnosis and therapeutic regimen accordingly. Very easily you can diagnose. This is a case of downer cow treated by many times with the calcium and so many other things and brought with the lateral frequency. By seeing the distended abdomen and absence of the tongue itself, we can come to a conclusion to be a case of peritonitis. It's a case of downer due to peritonitis. So by simple abdominal synthesis, you can able to diagnose this type of cases. See, the abnormal fluid collection in the case of downer cow. So you will be treating without knowing the etiology. You will be treating with calcium, potassium, phosphorus, or fluid therapy. The animal won't recover. So this is a case of peritonitis. The animal is recovered due to peritonitis. So you can diagnose very well easily with the technique of abdominal synthesis. It's a traumatic pericarditis. So you can able to see the jugular vein engorgement. See the neck region. You can able to see the jugular vein is bilaterally engorged, and it shows positive venous stasis. So it's a case of traumatic pericarditis. The brisket edema is there. Jugular vein engorgement is there. And this is also pericardial synthesis. You can do it very easily. Whichever the animal is having bilateral jugular vein engorgement, you can put the needle between the third to fifth rib very easily. Third to fifth rib. One hand's breadth above the elbow joint. Prick it and see. You can able to collect the pericardial fluid for the diagnostic purpose. And therapeutic purpose, there are so many catheters are available for training. This is the hip sling. Whenever you are getting a downer cow, you will be applying the sling in the hip region and you will be lifting the animal for identifying the posture. It's for a diagnostic purpose. See, by this tripod, you will be lifting the animal and you will see the which limb is affected or which nerve is affected so that you can easily diagnose your plan and you can treat it. So this is the ultrasonography. So who are having ultrasound in their field practice, they can use it. Or only those who are having the institution, they will be having. These are the students of Chittagong Veterinary Animal Sciences University. They came for the HNC program to our university there. So we took this ultrasound in our IP part. So in institutions only they will be having endoscopy. Endoscopy is very important in the large animal practice, and it will be only in the institution, not in the field practice, not possible in the field practice. So for field practice, to rule out anything in the nasal cavity or any vaginal cavity, any abnormal growth is there or not, you can go for using the borescope. This is available, and you can connect it to the mobile, and you can see it very easily. You can up to pass through the nostril, and you can up to see up to the nostril, and you can identify the lesions, any lesions. These are reticular magnets. So they used to put it for preventing the foreign body. So they used to put the reticular magnet. They will go and stay in the reticulum. So they will trap the foreign body, and it won't make it to pierce in the reticulum. Usually the foreign body occurs during the time of pregnancy and after the parturition. These are the two occasions. Mostly you can see most of the cases will be occurring by about 6 months, after 6 months of pregnancy, because of intra-abdominal pressure variation. That's the abnormal movement of the foreign body in the reticulum. They will pierce the reticulum. They will cause reticular abscess, traumatic reticulopericarditis, diaphragmatic hernia, vagal indentation. All these things are due to foreign body puncture. So to prevent these things, these reticular magnets are available. So very cheap and cost, and you can put it in all the cows, so you can prevent the foreign body syndrome in your practice. So everything is possible in our field practice. So whatever the gadgets are available on our routine things, if you are using it effectively, we can go for a very good. You can improve your diagnostic skill to more amount of percentage, and you can plan it according to the therapeutic thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Subramaniam Raman. Now, floor is open for question. Anybody can ask question, please. Asking question from audience. Maximum 2 or 3 questions, not something that. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Sivaram. I am Dr. Judicious. I have one inquiry, not in question. Peritonitis. There is not in one slide, I found that the peritoneal fluid color is normal. How can we think it's a peritonitis? Another slide, I see that color, the pink color.
Zero cycle. Yeah, yes. So it depends upon the individual cases. Sometimes you may be getting zero sanguineness in nature. That means if the inflammation is more. So usually you will be getting colorless only. In some cases you will be getting suppurative, first like peritoneal fluid. In some cases you will be getting zero sanguineness. Whenever you get injured with any vessels, first few flow will be having zero sanguineness. That's mostly there won't be any peritoneal fluid in the abdominal cavity. Only few ml, 1 or 2 drops will come. There should not be any free flow of peritoneal fluid. Any free flow of peritoneal fluid is indicative of traumatic reticuloperitonitis. So in case of ascites, it is different.
Another question is that if I show one slide that stomatic
Pericarditis.
but another is like that congestive heart failure.
Which one, sir?
Congestive heart failure.
Congestive heart failure, yes. So,
but in both cases, the jugular vein.
So in large animal practice, unless otherwise in small animal practice, in small animal you will be getting a valvular insufficiency. For example, pet animals, I'm telling, a dog, you will be getting valvular insufficiency or DCM, dilated cardiomyopathy. That is due to congestive heart failure. That is entirely different. In large animal practice, mostly 98% of the cardiac involvement, bilateral jugular vein engorgement is due to traumatic accident, traumatic reticulopericarditis. That is it.
If there is any more question to Dr. Raju, please. If none, then may I request Professor Mahbub or Dr. Momina to please summarize the two presentations. Okay, there is no, that's fine. Because any more questions? I invited, I think no one raised the hand. Oh, you have, sir, Professor Samad. And then after taking Professor Samad's question and answer, then I would request Dr. Momina to wrap up your report. Yes, please.
Yeah. In Maharashtra, I have found now many vets are using that the magnetic instrument for finding out if there is a foreign body.
So periscope.
Yeah,
periscope. That also we can use, but we cannot identify whether it has pathogenic or not. It will be indicative it is present in the retina.
For that, what I have done, one step forward, is that I ask them if it is positive, I ask them to send blood sample to lab for doing calcium reactive protein. If CRP is more than the threshold, then it is pediatric. If it is not, it's not.
Right, thanks.
আমাদেরকে দৃষ্টি আকর্ষণ করছে আপনারা যদি কোনো কোশ্চেন থাকে এই বিষয়ে জানার জন্য আপনারা প্রশ্ন করতে পারেন আমাদের কাছ থেকে প্রশ্ন আহ্বান করছি প্লিজ আপনারা বাংলায় বলেন অসুবিধা নেই
আপনার ইয়ারটা টেস্ট করি আপনার ছালপত্রের ইয়েটা টেস্ট করা হয় ওটাতে আপনি বলছিলেন যে সিনেমাইতে টেস্ট করা যায় ওটা কিভাবে একটু
how can you examine the colostrum with some meters? That's the question.
One thing we can grade the colostrum by using the fractometer. Another thing by using the cough serum and evaluating the protein level, we can assess whether the immunity has been transferred to the cough or not. These two techniques are there by using a fractometer. I will share the material. And another thing is also available that is called conventional methods, zinc sulfate method. 15% of zinc sulfate is taken in a test tube, and 1 ml of cough serum will be mixed in that solution, and you will be keeping it behind the printed paper. So whether you can see that letters very easily or not. If it is cloudy in nature, it indicates immunoglobulins being transferred. It's a non-conventional method used in the farming sector. Very easy. That also you can use, or by using the refractometer also you can use.
আপনি বুঝতে পেরেছেন?
বাংলাদেশের উপজেলা প্রাণী সম্পদে এই ধরনের যন্ত্রপাতি নাই। এক, 2 নম্বর প্রশ্ন হলো যারা উপজেলা কর্মকর্তা এবং টেকনিশিয়ান আছেন তারা এই সমস্ত পদ্ধতিতে এখনো প্রশিক্ষণ প্রাপ্ত হয়ে ব্যবস্থা গ্রহণ করতে পারেনি। থ্যাংক ইউ।
If the farmer said there is no facilities in our government hospitals to diagnose these kinds of disease, or it was not available in our government hospital. There is a problem they are facing.
আসসালামু আলাইকুম, আমি মোহাম্মদ সুমিত নাগিন রংপুর থেকে। তো এখানে পিএস মিটারের মাধ্যমে যে গর্ভ পরীক্ষার কথা, গর্ভধারণের পরীক্ষার কথা বলা হয়ে গেছে, তো এটা কি বাংলাদেশে আমরা অ্যাভেলেবল খাবারের অ্যাভেলেবল পাবো কিনা? এবং
He is asking about pregnancy diagnosis. Maybe I heard there's any kit, easily kit you can use for pregnancy diagnosis. সহজ কোনো কিট হবে এখন নাই ডায়াগনোস করার জন্য। Someone can supplement something about the pregnancy diagnosis kit. Yes.
I can talk about India. There is one test available for pregnancy diagnosis in case of cows, buffaloes. That is imported from USA. It is to be done on blood. Another test is we have which is again blood based, and that is from ICR, which is consular diagnosis. And a third test which is based on UV. It is just like people where you can test UV and you put 2 drops of UV. You can see UV color. By that you will be able to find out. I think these tests are, one is already available. Text is already available. The government you can have that test. The other test will be available.
Thank you. উনি বলেছেন যে রক্ত দিয়ে পরীক্ষা করা যায়, কিছু কিট আছে ইউএস থেকে, মানে আমেরিকা থেকে আনা ইম্পোর্ট করা, এটা সম্ভব। আর ইন্ডিয়াতে এখন কাজ হচ্ছে যেটা হলো যে ইউরিন স্যাম্পল দিয়ে প্রেগন্যান্সি ডায়াগনোসিস করা। স্যাম্পল নেওয়ার পর ওখানে আমরা যে সলিউশনটা দেব, দিলে পরে কালার চেঞ্জ হবে হয়তো বা, সেটা দিয়ে ডায়াগনোসিস করা যাবে। হয়তো এটা মানে নিয়ারলি ফিউচার আমাদের বাংলাদেশে হয়তো আসবে, এটা আপনারা হয়তো পেয়ে যাবেন কোথাও। হ্যাঁ, থ্যাংক ইউ।
জি, আমি মোহাম্মদ দুলাল মোতাব্বর। আমার ওই যে এখানে যে ফুড পয়জনের ব্যাপারে কিছু দেখানো হয়েছে। আমাদের গ্রামে এখন বর্তমানে তরমুজ চাষের কারণে যে কীটনাশক ব্যবহার করে, এটার কারণে আমরা কিন্তু অনেক মহিষ ওই কীটনাশকের ঘাস খায়া আমাদের মহিষের ফুড পয়জনই দেখা দেয়। সেখানে আমরা চিকিৎসা করেও মহিষ রক্ষা করতে পারতেছি না। এটার থেকে আমরা কিভাবে মুক্ত পাবো? কৃষি ক্ষেত্রে নিয়ে এরা কীটনাশকটা ব্যবহার করে, আমরা মহিষের ঘাস খাওয়াইতে যাই, মহিষের ঘাসটা খায়া অনেক মহিষ আমাদের মারা যায়। এটার থেকে আমরা কিভাবে মুক্ত হইতে পারি?
Farmers said is nowadays in short areas, farmers are cultivating watermelon. And after cultivation, harvesting, when they graze their buffaloes in grazing land, the farmers are suffering from insecticide poisoning. So how we can manage this kind of problem in short areas?
Poisoning?
It's a herbicide, insecticide, yeah, insecticide.
So mostly we have to, according to the clinical science, we will be going for corrective measures. So when you are using a herbicide for a particular thing, you have to avoid it. Avoid feeding one thing. So if it is a case of acute intoxication, you have to go for according to the treatment of herbicide. Which type of herbicide? Accordingly, you have to go.
এটা হলো যে উনি বলেছেন যে যদি এই ধরনের কোনো পয়জনিং কেস হয়, কোন ধরনের পয়জনিং এর কারণে হয়েছে ওটার বিরুদ্ধে স্পেসিফিক ট্রিটমেন্ট দিতে হবে যদি খুব সিভিয়ার কেস হয়। সেটা তো ওখানে যেটা দিয়েছে জানতে হবে আপনাকে তারপর
As a first aid, you can use activated charcoal.
অথবা চারকোল ইউজ করা যায়, চারকোল যদি পাওয়া যায় অ্যাভেলেবেল, ওটা আপনি ফার্স্ট চেষ্টা করে দেখতে পারেন।
যে এটা তো উপজেলা থেকে আমাদের একটু পরামর্শ দিলে আমরা মোটামুটি কথা গ্রামগঞ্জে আমরা এটা আবার নিজেদের ভিতরে রাখতে পারবো। জি, ধন্যবাদ। আসসালামু আলাইকুম।
Supplements, last question, I think you. Rumen Tibia. Okay, I am telling you. আপনারা দেখেছেন ভিডিওতে যে স্টোমাক টিউব দিয়ে রুমেন বের করে মানে ফ্রি বের করা হয়েছে, দেখছেন আপনারা এটা? যদি ওইটা আপনারা স্টোমাক টিউব দিয়ে রুমেনটাকে ওয়াশ করতে পারেন তাহলে অনেকটাই কিন্তু এই পয়জনিংটা কমে যাবে।
জি, এটা আমাদের একটা অভিজ্ঞতা হয়েছে যে আজকে দেখানোর জন্য। ধন্যবাদ।
Thanks to all. No more question now. So the time is we have time limit. পরে আমরা যখন আমাদের পরে সেশন আছে আরেকটা, ওই সেশনে উনি থাকবেন, আপনাদের প্রশ্ন থাকলে ওনাকে আপনারা প্রশ্ন করতে পারেন, সময় আছে। সেকেন্ড সেশন মানে বিকাল সেশনে আমরা অনেক কিছু কথা বলবো। হ্যাঁ, সবাইকে ধন্যবাদ। Thanks to everybody. I handed over my microphone to Professor Nasim to conclude this session.
Thank you very much. I think I would like to mention and appreciate Professor Samad's talk first, that very simple tips were mentioned for buffalo male or female calves, particularly female from birth up till puberty or she becomes pregnant. My advice would be, and my wish, Dr. maybe if you can motivate, try to make some of the 1 to 2 minute videos and put it using your forum and institution where you know before, and put it on YouTube. So entire region, because it's buffalo, so I think it would have a lot of and not more than 1 to 2 minute. You could have series. My second, I think, talk from our colleague from India, Dr. Raju, was very practical nature, and I think message. And one of the farmer commented that even if I look back at my institution, we don't have, that much of frequency of usage of these simple. They are not high tech. Dr. mentioned about some of the modern precision. That is also important. But I think parallel, we need to have basics. And for that, tools are not enough. The interest of the clinicians to learn those simple things. And I would recommend that if your university or faculty or department can throw an idea of 5-day training course, international training course, you can put a fee and try to invite from Bangladesh, Nepal, Sri Lanka. Looks like that your clinical department is perhaps very outstanding. So then the clinicians, whether from livestock department, private sector, the universities, can go and learn and come back and practice and enhance their, quality of service they are providing in this. Thank you once again, and if that can be added into the recommendations, that would be great. Thank you once again, and I think we are ready for the lunch. Dr. Ehsan, is it the lunch or next? What are we trying to? Oh, I think she will be repeating. So yeah, I already did it. Thank you. Thank you. So what's next? Can we? So downstairs? Okay. But lunch will not be served before 1:30, right? So you can go for Zohar prayers, and then 1:30 lunch will be available, and Professor Mizan is coming, so he might have another announcement whether we are supposed to be going after lunch. What time? Please listen to Professor Mizan.
after lunch আমরা দুইটাই এখান থেকে ওই বেলারে যাব হ্যান্ডসন ট্রেনিং এর জন্য আর কোনো অন্য শুধুমাত্র আমরা ওইখানে চলে যাবো প্র্যাকটিক্যাল করার জন্য স্টুডেন্ট নেওয়ার জন্য। আর আমাদের যে কোশ্চেনটা আমরা দিয়েছিলাম ইজ ফিলিং এবং সাবমিট, এটা ফিল আপ করে আমাদেরকে একটু জমা দিয়ে দিতে হবে। যেটাই করি না কেন সেটা যেন একটা অ্যাক্টিভ। তাহলে এনজয় আওয়ার লাঞ্চ, তারপরে আমরা ওইখানে আচ্ছা আমরা যদি এতে থাকি আমরা যে কি বলে গেটে দিকে থাকি, তাহলে গাড়ি আছে, দুইটা গাড়ি আছে, সেই গাড়ি অনুসারে আমরা চলে যাবো। থ্যাংক ইউ।
ঠিক আছে, থ্যাংক ইউ। আমরা এখন নামাজে যাই, নামাজ পড়ে তারপরে আমরা চলে যাবো। হ্যাঁ, লাইনে গেছি। থ্যাংক ইউ। কোথায় ওয়েট করবো? না এই যে বিয়ে লাগে যাবে তো। এয়ারপোর্ট চলে যাবো, এখানে কাছে এয়ারপোর্ট বিয়ে বারে কথা বলতেছে আমার বেগুন আমার